Finalist. Uh, Yesterday we had a very nice event where almost 100 people were competing with each other through 17, 18 teams, and these are the finalists. So I'm asking for a big applause for these teams that have made possible to have today this final contest. And secondly, what we need to ask is, please be very briefly, we're going to be strict with time. We just have 3 minutes per project to explain their solution and another 3 minutes for Q&A. Now I'm glad to introduce you to our fabulous panel of jury, where we have Chulum from Demium Startups, Ricardo Segoviano for BBVA Peace Market. Then we have Ana Salgado from Ferrovial Digital Hub, Susan Chu from Amadeus Ventures, and finally, Monica Quintana from South Summit and Mindset. So thank you very much for all of you to be here. And finally, the prizes. As you may know, each of the sponsors are gonna give away one prize for individual projects, and then we will have one global challenge, which will be the finalist and the overall winner of this contest. And nothing else, I'm gonna give the room to the first team, and if you wanna share with your social networks, this is the hashtag South Summit Hackathon 18. And I give the room to Abdel Latif from BBVA Travel Experience. That's the name of the project. Thank you very much. One big applause for them.
So, hello everyone. My name is Latif, and I'm from the Mr. Code team. We're 4 people. So, yeah, 2 full stack, 1 product manager, and myself, business development and legal, basically. So, where's the presentation? The presentation is over there. Perfect. So, today we're going to present to you the BBVA travel experience. As you all know, it is very difficult usually when you plan your trip to calculate the total expense that you're going to have during your trip. And however, it will help you actually to estimate or have an estimate, because then you will know what type of purchasing decision you're going to do. So we created the BBVA travel experience so you can easily calculate the estimate for your next trip. So you can then save up money, take a loan, or just make a smarter business decision, buying decision. Now, at the same time, we realized that the data available from BBVA is actually not relevant to the travel industry. So we decided basically to use it and process it in our own way to create travel consumer data, or travel consumer pass, which is basically the information about the client, and then make it accessible through an identity API so that they can basically create better user experiences, as well as just drive sales. Now, our business model is as simple as actually the business itself. So on the one side, you can be recommended right after the estimation has been made, basically with a listing fee. On the other side, you can create your own user experience using our identity API to basically then create your own experience. Or if this is not clear for you, we offer you a premium offer, which is basically the purchase notification, which is then a notification sent to you after the purchase has been made. This is very important because this will be attached directly to the travel consumer profile, so that you then can make or create a much better experience for your client. Finally, it is very important to understand how does it actually work. It's very simple. So you either know your budget or you don't know your budget. You know your destination, you don't know your destination, or you just choose any period, or you don't know it either. Then you can choose your preferences, and based on the information we have available from you through the BBVA API and Amadeus, we calculate the estimate cost that you're going to have during the trip. And of course, if you don't have enough, we're going to tell you to save it up, and we take automatically a piece from your salary every month. If you don't, you can obviously take a loan, and if you're cash rich, you can immediately make the purchases. At the same time, we basically create automatically the travel consumer profile, which is this accurate information, really concrete information about the consumer, that then can be used, for instance, by Ferrovial during their trips, for instance, or at the airport, excuse me. And with the purchase notification, you have the confirmation. Now, please, the demo, video. Video. No. That's not ours. Apologies. Go. So here you can see basically a sample. It's a very simple demo. You have information very quickly about you want to choose, log in with your BBVA Connect. Basically, we pull the data about your purchase experiences and purchase stats. Click on it, please. Then you basically select the date. If you have a fixed date, of course, or if you don't know it, just skip it. Then obviously we take this information, looks great, let's go to the next step, and you basically, it's time to come back. We want to know this, the return date. On the next thing, we take this information as well, and next one, we do the same thing with basically the travel destination you wanted to, you know it or you don't know it, and finally, so you basically choose your preferences that you want, and with that, you basically are able then to get the recommendation. Next one, just skip this one, or put 400, 4,000, okay. Perfect, sorry, thank you. Okay, so here you have basically the recommendation, obviously with flight included, as well as the expenses, activity expenses. So, yeah, excuse me, sorry. Thank you. Thank you very much. Questions?
So time for Q&A. Please, let's be brief.
Yes,
we skipped time.
Apologies. Please, any questions?
Hi, very good presentation.
Thank you very
Nicely
much.
done. What is your customer acquisition strategy? How do you plan to get people to use your app?
So basically here we directly can implement it either into the BBVA app itself, which is the banking app, so you just want to calculate really your expense, or optionally we basically make it a separate app which then is offered and marketed through BBVA, obviously as an extra service to manage your expenses, or just manage, for instance, your next trip, anything.
Much.
Oh, thank you very much. Yes, sorry. Next
Thank you
one?
very much. Yeah, that's it.
That's it. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. So next team, it's Airtrip, and will be telling us about Airtrip Alberto Anton.
So hello everyone, and thank you for having us. I would like to start the presentation by asking you, have you ever feel stressed or overwhelmed while planning a trip or something? Okay, some of you. So you are part of the 85% of the population. Yesterday, we were thinking how to solve this problem, and we created Airtrip. Video, por favor. Video. So the first thing that you have to do with Airtrip, with this virtual travel assistant, is to log in. When you log in, we will ask you for your flight number. But if you don't have a flight number, don't worry, because we will inspire you to get some destinations. Those recommendations will be based on your Instagram or Facebook account, and also will be based on your budget, thanks to the BBVA API. So when you have your flight, we recommend you an auto room. So when you have all of this, with the auto room on the flight, you will have all this information in your phone and in your smartwatch. So the day of the travel, we recommend you to take a Cabify, an Uber, a taxi, whatever, and you can purchase it in our app. So when you purchase it in our app, you will go to the airport, you are there, you're feeling well, and in the airport you will get free Wi-Fi access, and also you will have the opportunity to purchase things in the shop of the airports that can be automatically delivered into your seat in your plane. So once you are in the plane, you will travel, you go maybe to New York, you are in New York City, and you will have, once you get into New York City, thanks to the geolocalizations, the ability to receive recommendations in where to go based on the weather and based on your interest from your social network. So it's amazing. So, presentación, por favor. Once you have seen all these wonderful features, you may be wondering, how do we make profits from it? So this is our financial model. So when someone buys something in our app, we will charge a commission to the company where they are where they are buying. And this commission will be divided in two. So one part of the commission, as you can see, will go to our loyalty program, which ensures loyalty, so it's very profitable in the long run. And the loyalty program consists on getting points that can be exchanged by products of our partners or something like that. The other part of the commission is for us. So also, we get a lot of data from our users that can be sold also to other companies. So now I will say, and maybe you think that we are another travel agency, but not at all. We are a very customer-centric agency because we get personalized experience that can be improved by machine learning. Also, we give more than that because we give a door-to-door experience, not a door-to-door experience, but more because we give recommendations to the users. So I hope you enjoyed our presentations. Here are our partners. Well, if it works. Okay, here are our partners and the APIs that we used. And I hope you enjoyed. And I want to say thank you also to my team that have developed all the applications. Thank you.
Time for Q&A. They will have one Q&A for you.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Any of you?
Thank you so much. Can you explain a little bit more what kind of things are you doing with machine learning?
Sorry, with machine learning? Okay. So we are very customer-centric, as I said. So when a user uses our app, the app can know what the users know in average and everything, and they can learn from the users to improve the experience. Maybe they see that this user has used this experience instead of this one. So they can learn if they found another user that has the same profile and recommend the same experiences that the other one has both instead of the one that he hasn't both.
Very much.
Thank you.
Hello. So now it's time for Ricardo Vegas and Tripper.
Dentro video. Hi. First, I have a question for you guys. Who of you have used or have a friend that has used Tinder? Just raise your hands. Don't be shy. I mean, I have a friend. I haven't used it, okay? Also, another question. Have you ever gone on a trip and met some really cool people, just new friends, somewhere around the world, just for coincidence, just random reasons? Just raise your hands. I have also like many, many friends just for random reasons. So we think that these two concepts together are very, very strong. And the gathering of these two concepts is what powers the idea behind Tripper. So Tripper, for the hackathon, we decided to build from scratch an application, a mobile-first application using React that leverages on the usage of the BBVA, Amadeus, and Ferrovial tools and APIs to push for the global challenge, which is integrating everything into a single solution. Okay? So what we have here is the application. First, I'm going to ask you stuff about how do you want to travel? You want to go in a couple, alone? What kind of trip do you want to make? An adventurous trip, a city trip, a cultural trip? Based on that, I'm going to take you to the feed. This feed works just like the Instagram feed. You can like some of the pictures. I'm going to show you curated pictures of hotel rooms, mountains, concepts in general. So once I build the recommendation vector for you, I'm going to recommend you a dream destination, which in this case is San Francisco. So in this moment, I'm pulling data from the Amadeus API to show you the best prices to go to San Francisco from your nearest airport, which are the best dates, and which is the best hotel for you to go there. Okay, so you have the first half. You're missing the other half. You want to go there with somebody, right? That's the whole idea. So for this, you go back to the feed, and you're also going to see pictures of people, like other users, other trippers. You can like them, but then you also have this super like button that is just a boosted like that's going to give you more priority and more visibility when liking somebody else's profile. For this, we're using the BBVA Connect and the BBVA recurrent payments API. So you can buy 5 super likes a month for 20 euros, and you just follow the whole BBVA connection API, and then you're probably matched to this person because you super like them. So you go back to your matching view, and then you can chat with this person, and you just can agree on general things. So these two people have a connection flight in Heathrow. Heathrow is gigantic, and I want them to meet each other, and for this I'm using the Ferrovial indoor mapping solution that is going to simply take them to a place to meet each other. So they start their next great adventure over a lovely dinner with caviar and wine. All thanks to Tripper. Thank you very much. So, any questions?
Now time for Q&A.
Congratulations for the presentation. And which type of technology would you use if it scales, if it grows up?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Which technology stack would you use if it grows?
Right now, we're using a really simple hackathon type technology. I mean, we're using React for the front end, and we're using Python Flask for the back end. And right now, the algorithms are very simple. We're not using machine learning. The algorithm is really simple. You and I want to go to the same place. We have the same interests. I like your picture. You like my picture. So the algorithm is going to match the two of us. Of course, this has to grow in. I will keep using Python, and probably just the database will have to be a little bit more, big data-wise. We're using MySQL right now, which is okay. But for the amount of data that we want to handle, it should be something that scales a little better. Probably any cloud solution will work. But yes, that's basically it.
Great, thank you.
No problem. Any other? Thank you.
Now it's time for Ruben and Juan from Trouble Wallet.
Hi all, we are playing team, and we want to improve the experience of the travelers. We want to offer a customized experience for the different travelers, having the information that we'll have during his travels around the world. With the pass of the time, the experience will be improved, and optionally, we can enrich with BBVA API the experience. And we want also to allow to companies to anticipate a need. Okay?
Okay, I will continue talking about the business plan. We will work in the tourism sector, and we identify the different targets: users, airports, commerce inside airports, services like a Uber, Cabify, commerce outside the airports like a hotel, restaurants, and travel agencies. The most important question: how do we make money? We have 4 options. The first of all, the business notification program. We can anticipate the client, sending all the activity information of the users and send information to the client. For example, Ferrovial will know when and who will come to the airport. And airport notification to the users with the partners program. To direct campaigns, exclusive offers to the users, and exposition of APIs to retrieve user information with the merging of the BBVA informations and those information in our system. And in the future, selling the product for our travel agencies to expose the experience.
How? For our powerful idea, we have a simple passbook application that will offer airport notifications based on your preference, and this can be improved with the optional BBVA API, and the API always with Amadeus. This is our application. You can log in optionally with BBVA. That's the travels that I book. And these are the services hired for this flight, in the airport, the Wi-Fi of the airport, or Cabify hired. This is the map with the different services that the airport can offer. And this is the detail of the passbook. We also can manage the different passbooks, like NBA Spectacle. And we have different services which can manage. This is the notifications. like the airport is delayed, the flight is delayed, and that's all.
If anyone
Sorry,
have any question,
we have no time.
thank you so much. Any question?
Thank you, great. How is going to work the payments part here?
There's no payment. This is only a passbook.
The application will detect the passport inside the application to manage all the information of the restaurants, of the
It's the information application. You have the information about your hired
Social
concerts,
events.
social events, sports, anything, and the flights.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now it's time for Annalisa from Airport Experience.
Aquí, ¿no? Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to present you airport experience. Esto no. Sorry, sorry. Sí. Okay, have you ever feel bored while waiting at the airport? I'm sure you did. And we have a solution for you. You have a lot of sites for airport information, for discounts like Groupon, for meeting people like Tinder, and also discounts for VIP benefits. But we are Airport Experience, and we integrate all of this in one. This is our buyer persona. Maria is a millennial. She's a mobile user. She loves to travel and to share experiences through the internet. Well, we create something special for Maria. Dentro video. Well, let me explain you that this is an application that we developed for her. Basically, we have information of the airport, basically information like maps, restaurants. This is the login. She gets in with the username or BBVA Connect or maybe with Facebook. She's able to look all the information of the airport, departures, map, restaurants to select the airport where she is. And then we have three main entertainment solutions. We have the coupons and discounts for her to get into our restaurants and shops, and as well the community to know people at the airport. She's able to talk with her people and maybe meet for a coffee. Afterwards, we have challenges that she can get points if she uploads challenges to the social media, jumping challenges, boomerang stories, and much more. Presentación, por favor. Well, and what can we offer you? It's okay, don't worry.
Pasa, da al verde, a ver. Dale al clic, Ana. So what can we offer you?
data, more data, and a way to connect with your clients. First of all, we connect the geolocation through the Wi-Fi. When they register through the social media, we get the info with the social media as well. If they use the coupons and discounts in our shops and restaurants, we know their tastes and preferences. If they use the payment through the BBVA Connect, we can also know the income scoring of our client. Then, if they use the community and the chat, we can know the airport activity and the connections through our clients as well. And finally, if they use the challenges, much more social media info. Well, we monetize this area through especially an increase in sales for our partners. We get a lot of data, as I said before, but as well increasing the airport activity and brand awareness through the challenges as well. We give a lot of benefits to our customers, like saving money and benefits and entertainment as a loyalty program, and then much more benefits if they pay with BBVA Connect. This is our roadmap. We did in one day the development of the product. We used demo Cordova technology, and then we did an analysis and starting the integration with Facebook and BBVA. But we will be able to integrate, test, and get feedback from our partners and implement this idea in 4 months. This is our metrics. We will measure all of this increase in sales. This is the increase in sales that our shops and restaurants will assume if they use the discounts that we propose them. And well, this is our team. Thank you for your attention.
Now time for Q&A. That's time for Ricardo.
Anna, in your executive file, I have seen that you use the socioeconomic and lifestyle API. How you have used that? Have you implemented or not?
The BBVA Connect,
ESL.
they started...
No, the ESL API.
Leonardo, ¿dónde está Leonardo? Aquí.
Hello, can you repeat the question?
Yes. In your executive file, you mentioned that you use the SEL API. And my question is if you have implemented or not.
Do you mean the login?
No, besides the login, there is an API, the socioeconomic and lifestyle information that you can know a lot of data from the family that lives in a certain place, etc.
This is now completed.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And finally, Fabián Barrero from Spaces.
El cursor. Dale. Gracias. Hello, everyone. Our team is Spaces. And our motto is focus on your business. To sum up what we do, we basically manage all your company trips while you focus on your business, which is the business opportunity that we have found. Big companies with hundreds of employees spend time booking their travels, their trips. And also their employees have to lose time and get frustrated making the expenses reports. Which is our market size? These numbers are from the 5 airports that Ferrovial operates right now. The travelers spend around $900 million per year. There are around 74 million passengers that goes by, and around 36% of these passengers are traveling for business purposes. Our service. We have developed a platform where we can manage the whole trip for your employees, and we focus on the experience that they have inside the airport. Let me show you a video of how it works. Which is our value proposition. First, our B2B model allows us to personalize the experience of your employees, providing them with a wider offer of services. Our commitment, we commit with the experience of your employees. That's why we're committed with to provide them with the utmost level of quality and innovation in all the services that we provide. And finally, our loyalty program. We have developed a unique rewards program through gamification. We want to make the things different. Our key integrations are with we are going to use Amadeus APIs, basically to manage the bookings that we are going to do. And with Ferrovial, we have our feature of loyalty program to use their services such as VIP rooms, Wi-Fi, food court, shopping, and car rental. Also with BBVA APIs, we're going to integrate the whole system, giving your employees business cards that they are going to use to buy all their things through their travel. And after that, they will have notifications in real time that reminds them to take screenshots of their receipts. After that, you as a company will have the whole information in dashboard to keep track of the expenses of your employees. Let me explain you a little bit more about the gamification feature. Basically, how it works. The user receives a notification through beacons. After that, if he or her accepts the challenge, they will receive tokens as a reward, and with those tokens, they could use it to use the services inside the airport. Which challenges they are going to receive: view advertising videos, complete surveys, or review new products. Our business opportunity, we have 3 sources of income. The first one is a fee for each service. The second one is through partnerships, and the last one is through advertising. Thank you.
Time for Q&A. Any of the jury? One final question. Any of you? No one?
One.
Thanks and congratulations again for the presentation. In the future, would you connect to your business software like CRMs or ERP to give them a seamless integration?
Yeah, it could be contemplated as a second step after implementing this with your business. But yeah, we could do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, now we will have 10 minutes for the jury to deliberate about the ideas. And after 10 minutes, we will have the prize awarding. So thank you very much to all the teams that has participated so hard. And thank you for you to being here and enjoy of this moment. Thank you very much. So we're gonna finalize this event by announcing the winners. We first are gonna announce the sponsors winners, and the first one is gonna be Ferrovial's chosen project winner. And it is Airport Experience. Congratulations, guys. Second, we're going to announce the BBVA winner, and it goes to Spaces. Congratulations. And the last sponsor prize before the global prize will be from Amadeus, and it goes to UHAC. Sí, sí, el global ahora. And finally, the winner, the global winner that will be presenting on the 5th on the main stage with all the other winners from the other contest. And it goes to Mr. Code with BBVA Travel Experience. Thank you. Congratulations. One big applause for the winners. And that's it. Thank you, everyone, for being here. See you next year.
You were my lifesaver. You gave me. I'm doing the MC and the stage. Testing. Okay, very good. Okay, it gives me great pleasure, everyone, to welcome you all to the afternoon program on the BBVA Innovation Stage. To begin this program, we have a workshop on accelerator programs by Pete Moore here. So let's do all the tests. Can you test your microphone, Pete, just by saying... Okay, still no micro?
Still no microphone.
Still no micro.
Can you hear me all right, folks?
Perfect, okay, so we now have micro. And is that your presentation?
Yeah, that is my presentation.
Okay,
That is me.
Yeah,
so
can
it's
you
good.
make a clicking thing to kind of, okay, and it works.
It works.
So basically, Pete, we have microphone, we have presentation, we have audience. There's no
Thank
more
you.
I can do for you. So big welcome and a round of applause for Pete Moore. Yay!
Thank you very much, Joe. Thank you all for coming back after your lunch to spend half an hour with me. My name is Pete Moores. I'd like to thank my colleague, Letitia, and the organizers of the South Summit for inviting me to talk on this topic, high-impact private investment to smart microphones, to develop the global entrepreneur system. Now, if that's a bit of a mystery, this is what I'm actually going to be talking to you about over the next half an hour. 5 points in half an hour. In fact, 25 minutes. So we're going to go quick. I'm going to tell you a little bit about who Auxentia is, because the chances are you haven't heard of us. I'm going to talk to you about the problem with accelerators, specifically in the developing world. I'm then going to talk to you a little bit about the role of governments and an example of a program that exists to help with global entrepreneurship and innovation, and talk about how we can engage corporates in that process. And then just leave you with a little bit of an idea about what we're currently doing to set up a global network of accelerator programs and investments as well. Okay, so first point, who is Auxentia? You probably haven't heard of Auxentia. You probably have heard of our ultimate parent company when we started back in 2004. We started as part of the University of Oxford's technology transfer company. At the time, they thought it was a really good idea. I'll carry on. Oh, I've got two things to hold. At the time, in 1987, they thought it was a really good idea to call the company ISIS. In 1987, that just meant the part of the River Thames which went through Oxford. Not a problem. Obviously, as we started to grow up and go around the world calling ourselves ISIS, big problem. So that's what we did. We grew up as the technology transfer consultancy and training arm of Oxford University, delivering that expertise and knowledge around the world. And that's really what we do. We help develop entrepreneurship and innovation capacity around the world. That picture there is my boss, and the man in the uniform is a Lord Lieutenant of the Queen of England, giving us a prize for international trade and development, because we've gone from being a UK-based consultancy to working in 65 countries around the world. And then finally, in 2017, we rebranded to Auxentia and did a management buyout, and we're now a separate, independent, limited company. So that's who we are. Point one, done. This is what we do. I have far too many things to hold. This is what we do. I'm not going to take you through this, but the bottom line is what we need to focus on. Working in partnership to build capacity, develop capability, and enable innovation for the benefit of economies and societies. And it's that point, the benefit of societies, is what I'm going to be focusing on mainly today. I'm not talking to you about how we can develop early-stage technology giants and get massive economic returns. I'm talking about developing technology that helps people and societies. So that's what we're all about. Where we've worked, all over the place. We've worked now in 65 countries around the world, but the key is tailoring the development of the ecosystem to the needs of that environment. It's not about going around the world establishing mini versions of Oxford. What works in Oxford, works in Oxford. What works in Madrid, works for Madrid. What works for Colombia, Malaysia, Indonesia, takes the specific requirements of that ecosystem and develops the programs needed to enable innovation and commercialization of early stage research in that unique environment. And there, just a selection, just to show that we have some sort of credibility, some sort of track record. And this is the product of our work over the past 14 years in the 140 universities we've worked with around the world. Okay, so that's my first point done, talking about us. Now let's talk about the subject at hand, the problem with accelerators, as I put it. Now, in the developed economies, accelerators have long fulfilled a role in developing entrepreneurs, as well as the technology that they are working on. So in a way, I'm propositioning that the accelerator program has become the new MBA, and people are treating accelerator programs like a badge of honor to go through. So in a way, that's absolutely correct. These experiential learning programs equipping the next generation of entrepreneurs with the practical, commercial, and enterprise skills that they need to grow their businesses is absolutely right. But what we're seeing, especially in the developing world, what we're seeing not happening is growing those unicorns. It's become more about not developing massive multi-billion-pound companies, but developing careers of the people that go through them. And we're seeing entrepreneurs go through them like a badge of honor, just looking for the next program to join. They're not looking and not gaining follow-on funding. So that's particularly prevalent, like I said, in the developing world, where the problems are slightly more acute. The entrepreneurs are more hungry. Innovation there is driven by necessity, solving the very real problems of societies. More about health than wealth, about perseverance rather than profit. So as an example of this is a Cameroonian business called Cardiopad. So Cameroon has got a population of 20 million people, but across the whole country, there's only 30 heart surgeons. So the Cardiopod invention is a cardiac diagnostic device and software developed in the country to basically allow diagnosis to be carried out in remote locations and then transferred the results to the specialists. So overcoming a barrier to this life-saving treatment in this particular country. So Cardiopad came to the accelerator with a very bad business model, but a good technology. And the accelerator helped them develop the model and make the business more sustainable. So entrepreneurship definitely means different things to different people. To me, it's science-based. It's academics who think and want to change the world with their inventions. But we've been missing something. Because innovation is much broader than just patents and inventions, it's about new ways of working, new business models, new ways of living. It's about directing our intellectual efforts into not just the lucky few for mass profiteering, but to improve the lives of many, to have socio-economic impact. Innovation should work for all the people to future-proof our economies. So, let's look at accelerator programs in the developing world. Often, innovation gets stuck. A lack of access to capital funding has often been cited as a particular reason for this, and that's particularly true for higher risk technologies at an early stage. It takes vision to see the higher returns that are possible. Skills gaps are also a major problem, as is the lack of access to specialist support, the infrastructure required, and connections to the global economy. Again, you're going to find different issues depending on different parts of the world that you work in. But the key to them all is that although their ecosystems may be underdeveloped, the human capital is there. The potential for innovation is there. So, what can we do? First, there's a role for governments to play, absolutely. And here is an example of a fantastic program led by the UK government, but working in partnership with 17 developing economies around the world. So it's set up and run by the Royal Academy of Engineering, because they recognize that around the world, a lack of engineering capacity is often the main constraint to innovation in certain economies. So if you get the number of engineering graduates to increase their capacity and capability, you can get some fantastic results and new technology out into the market, like in sub-Saharan Africa, where they have a particular program for their area. So this global entrepreneurship accelerator program now has been operating in 17 economies for the past 4 years. So what, you say? What difference has it made? Well, here are the results. The main thing here, just looking at the last reported outcomes, this is the last year of the program up until 2016-17. Look at the headline impact figures here. Yeah, we've created 650 new jobs created by these companies. Between them, they've raised $52 million. They're great headline figures for any accelerator program. But what is more important for us is to look at the things that are happening behind it. And the graph there that shows that projects have actually been moved on. They've become unstuck as a result of the program, is the real impact and legacy of this type of government-to-government program. But we do have to recognize that governments have a role, but they can't do everything. There's definitely a need to engage the private sector. But this isn't for everyone. We're looking for private organizations, corporates, who don't just want to get involved because they have a profit motive. Because this type of impact investing doesn't yield immediate bottom line returns. It takes time, effort, and long-term support. We're looking for those who want to invest to add more to the world, not just to their shareholders. They want to have a lasting impact in the world. And when we're talking about impact, what are we defining it as? We're talking about impact as health, livelihood, the environment, people's well-being. We're not just talking about returns to shareholders. Banks and foundations, they get it. They get it. They've got a stake in the long-term success of the economy. The better the economy functions, the more healthy people are, the longer they live, the more they can bank with them, the more their business becomes a fundamental part of the long-term success of the economy. And they also understand that the role of government funding can only go so far. So organizations like in Colombia, the Fundación Bolívar de Vivienda, are an ideal example of an investor that's looking long-term to invest in early-stage technology. They recognize the emerging talent in the country and the potential they have of developing that talent and the innovations that can come from it. Okay, so taking us back to Auxentia, why are we interested in this area? The goal of Auxentia is to develop knowledge-based economies by facilitating innovation. We work with governments to grow their knowledge economies. And obviously, as I said, innovators in the developed world have access to multiple levels of funding. That's not the issue. They have the support structures for commercialization. If you're in a less developed country, you don't have that funding. You don't have that infrastructure. And therefore, potentially transformative innovations are stuck in the very early stages on their route to commercialization. So if we want to act within those economies, where do we start? Do we do it top-down? Top-down, we're paying lip service to it. We might tick the right boxes with the government agencies, but we won't develop that lasting impact. If we act from the bottom, working with the people, the workers, the labor force, they can start to do and change things. So we need to be encouraging them. We need to be supporting them, providing the environment to let them flourish, guiding them, supporting them. And as a corporate, you can have a much bigger role in developing the economies rather than just fiscally contributing to society. People make the innovation ecosystem. People can leave a transformative legacy on their innovation ecosystem. And I'll give you an example of just one couple who did that. So, here we have a story of two such people who transformed an innovation ecosystem, Martin and Audrey Wood. They met while they were students at Cambridge, and they married in 1955. Shortly afterwards, they moved to Oxford, where Martin began work as a senior research officer at the Department of Physics, the University of Oxford, working on some of the world's first superconducting magnets. He realized the potential of his research area at the time, and they founded the first ever spin-out from the University of Oxford, now called Oxford Instruments, in 1959. Their first spin-out company was established in a garden shed, but went on to become a massive commercial success, with a current market capitalization of £577 million. Now, at the time, superconducting magnets were in demand for MRI scanners all around the world, and they floated in 1984. This enabled the couple to found and fund many more science and environmental organizations all across the county of Oxfordshire, many of which have had a massive impact locally, as our previous colleague testifies with his quote. So not everywhere is like Oxford, but many economies have Martins and Audreys and have this unlocked human capital and innovation potential that we should be trying our best to allow to escape. Accelerator programs that develop both talent and technology, that's where the future lies, because it's these innovations that drive global competitiveness and productivity. So, my final point, what are we doing about this? Well, momentum has been building. In the past 5 years, these are examples of some of the accelerator programs that we've been running in developing economies all around the world. Some of them focused on SMEs, so in the growth phase and scaling up their companies, helping with internationalization. And some of them, many of them, focusing on that early stage technology, the potential transformational in terms of socio and economic impact technologies, but earlier stage, more risky type development projects. We've developed an accelerator program. It doesn't look much different than most accelerator programs out there on first look, but there are some subtle differences. For a start, these ones are aimed at early stage technology, so the people in them usually have jobs within academia. They don't apply to accelerator programs to receive that ongoing monthly wage from the program itself. They join it because at the end of the program, they have a de-risked innovation proposition that they can pitch in front of investors. And as well as providing the support, the training, the mentoring, the online community, all the other things behind it, the other added advantage of this approach is we're lining them up with investors who will have access to this de-risk portfolio of potential new technology investments. And our vision over the longer term is this: to establish a global investment fund, making proof of concept, seed and Series A investments in technologies arising from emerging economies, de-risked through the provision of an intensive accelerator program. Why do it? The reasons are clear. We want to unlock that innovation potential in emerging economies. We want to create better links between the emerging world and Britain, which supports the efforts of the UK to remain a global player connected to the world through the global Britain. I'm not going to mention the B word. We're also trying to do it to de-risk international investments, to make it more easy for international investors to invest in quality technologies, in quality talent from all around the world. And ultimately, we want to create a fund that does give back us investments to reinvest in the next generation of technologies. This is where we're at so far. I've got loads of time. This is our plan for building this global investment pipeline, the running of at least 4 accelerators at any one time. We've nattily called them the accelerator programs. One of these is up and running at the moment with our partners in Colombia. One of these is running on behalf of the Royal Academy of Engineering in Malaysia. 2 are about to close, we hope. 1 in the Middle East and 1 in Latin America. And we hope that these accelerator programs will give us the talent and the potential investments so that we can make qualified, de-risked investments from our own fund but also through our partner investors that we're working with throughout the world as well, offering these investment opportunities to more investors. So these are the programs that currently exist, as I've just said. These programs are currently running, they're streamlining, they're refining an early stage technology pipeline, an investment portfolio. But we're not stopping there. We're looking for funders, we're looking for partners, we're looking for investors, and we're looking for talent to build this truly global pipeline. And finally, in summary, I'm going to leave you early, which is good. I've talked about unlocking the innovation potential of developing economies by using accelerators to provide the infrastructure, the support, and the advice and guidance to get this technology to the market. I've talked about finding the right corporates to engage with the right motives, those who look beyond profits and look to create a lasting socio-economic impact within the countries that they work. There are government programs out there that we can piggyback on to de-risk the investment as well. But also these accelerator programs find a way of sifting out the quality investment opportunities for us as well. And as Henry Chesbrough, the pioneer of open innovation, said yesterday, the future of innovation is collaboration. So why not choose to collaborate with us? Thank you very much. I have a whole 7 minutes. If anyone would like to ask any questions. Yes, sir. I will get you a microphone. He says, hopefully. Have you got a microphone for gentlemen? See.
When you say collaborate with us, what sort of collaboration are we talking about?
There are, looking at our pipeline of accelerators, most of them are paid for by a government agency, either in the UK or in the host country, to actually run the training program and the mentoring program initially. That's the first partner. The next partner are investors that we're looking to co-invest with us once the investment portfolio has been de-risked. Those of them. And the second is, well, the third rather, is other partners in country who can help us identify the talent pipeline that will come into the accelerator programs. Okay. Any other questions? Excellent. You've got a whole 5 minutes for a cup of coffee. Oh, lady at the back. Can we pass that along?
My question is, if do you offer consultancy only for companies based in UK?
Say again, sorry.
Is it only for companies based in UK?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No, our partners in the current programs are based in Colombia, they're based in Malaysia, Argentina, but we've worked in those 17 countries on the map. No, they extend far past the UK.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for listening. I hope that was useful. Thank you.
Hello, hello, great. Okay, the first thing I had to do was get that appalling song off. If anyone knows the original version of that song, it's much better than Lounge Lizard Classics or whatever the hell that was. Okay, so we're going to continue the program. We're just getting the microphones ready backstage, and then we're going to have a panel on corporate innovation. Just to update you on the changes, Jose Iglesias from Techstars will not be here, but he'll be replaced by Ana Duran. Jordi is here, as is Enrique, as is Henrik. So we're going to have from Axel Springer, Bloomster, and Correos. So we're going to just check and see what we're doing. Okay. If you can take your places, guys. We just wait for while Ana is getting sorted. No. Sí, pero bueno, no quería dejar... Estoy con el micro, Afric. Okay. Sí, come on. Sometimes the job of MC is such fun. Come on, guys, let's go. Come on, stop chatting. Come on, your public are waiting for you. Come on. There's like... Maybe some, big round of applause for Enrique. Or sorry, yeah. All right, Jordi, Enrique, Jordi. Anyway, very good. Here's Ana and Henrik. And finally, this is Enrique. Okay, very good. I ask Ana to sit here always because the moderator should look one way. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is just test the microphones. So Jordi, could you just speak into the microphone?
Gracias.
Okay, see, you have microphone? Okay, Henrik, can you speak into the microphone?
1, 2, 3, 4,
Perfect.
5.
Anna, can you speak into the microphone?
Yeah, sure.
Perfect, okay. So we're just waiting for the final speaker.
Yes.
Who's Enrique? And then I'll introduce you. So there is no presentation, which is good. And once we have Enrique, then we're ready to begin. So
yes, he's coming for sure.
Yeah, just like on TV, I have to keep talking, so there's no dead air. For no particular reason other than just to keep talking. So somebody is talking.
Yeah, they're fixing the microphone, so it's 1 second.
Okay, so we'll be there. Okay, so what's the name of the panel? He said, looking corporate innovation and accelerator programs, the impact that they are having on the startup ecosystem. Okay, very good.
Yes,
okay, finally, that's brilliant. Okay,
Enrique.
Right. Okay, so fantastic. We've got everyone now and we're ready to begin. So Ana, you may begin when you're ready.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you very much to all of you assisting here, interested in this area. Today we have 3 speakers of the best level. First of all, Enrique from B-Booster.
Hello.
Jordi as well.
Hi.
And Henrik from APX.
Thank you.
All right. Today we're going to speak about corporate acceleration. I don't know if what are your expectations about this panel. Probably a little bit of statistics and probably a little bit of real cases, right? How do the corporates create their acceleration programs? So, well, today I was reading some statistics about Nesta. I don't know if you know Nesta. They're participating in many European projects, and they're doing lots of, giving a lot of statistics, very interesting statistics about tech startups and tech acceleration. And it seems that from the 2014, there were like around 20% of corporates creating an acceleration program. And you know what? In 2018, it has grown up so much that it was getting till 50% of the corporates have an acceleration program. Why is that that tendency of growing so much? And we will analyze in each different corporate which are their acceleration programs and which are the evolution, right? So, Henrik, maybe you can tell us a little bit about your APX.
Yes, I'm happy to do this. So basically, APX started 6 months ago. We're based in Berlin, Germany. We have 2 corporate shareholders, so this is why I'm really happy to sit on this panel. One is Porsche, the car manufacturer. and the other company is called Axel Springer, which is a German media brand. And those two companies have nothing to do, had nothing to do with one another before. And to give you a quick answer on the question why our corporate shareholders want to do what they do with us is they have no strategic interest in doing pre-seed and seed deals, and this is what we do at the accelerator, but instead they're looking for financial return. We have a business plan that goes for 10 years. It's comparable to a fund, but there's absolutely no strategic element in there that our shareholders expect for us to find deals for them that they can then do investments on. So we have a very straightforward deal that is made for entrepreneurs that then go on a venture track. So our standards, our contracts are super standard, have no weird clauses that favor our corporate shareholders, straightforward, so that VCs can invest afterwards.
Very good, thank you. Very good. Okay, Jordi, tell a little bit about, give us a big overview about your organization, please.
Big overview of our organization. Well, I'm from Correos. I believe everybody knows about Correos. It's a public postal company in Spain. So we are forced to change our business. So we used to deliver 1,000 million letters. So the letters business is decreasing. So we need to innovate. We started to diversify our business several years ago. It's not like in Germany that they started maybe 20 years ago when they got private. So we are public, we are 100% public. And we started with the diversification 7 years ago. And we started with internal innovation with entrepreneurship programs where the employees were providing new business models, and we have a really good success history. That is our city pack. It's a copy-paste of the pack station of German. So, but that was born inside the company, and now we have thousands of machines in the whole country. And this is internal innovation. But then we are doing also open innovation with startups. On 2016, we were here explaining, using a PowerPoint presentation, talking about our hub, Correos Labs, that is in Madrid, and also about our program, acceleration program, called Lenica. We had nothing. We had the PowerPoint presentation and a facility that was in construction. So now we are in the second year. We have launched 2 Lenica programs. We are accelerating startups related to Correos, and we have at least now 5 success histories with our startups, the startups from last year, and now we are accelerating and accompanying the ones that we are accelerating this year. And this is what we are doing. We are learning and we are increasing our functionalities every year. We start as an internal, now open innovation. We want to increase our services also, including... ¿No se me escucha? So, you know what the effort that they have to do speaking in English, and if you don't understand, if you don't listen to me. So, the next steps are going to be include investors in our process. So this is what we are doing. Okay.
Very good. Thank you very much.
My turn.
Yes, sure. Go ahead.
Okay. We are B-Booster. B-Booster was born in 2010. We were actually the first accelerator program in Spain at that time. But actually, we are not a corporate accelerator. Okay, when we started, there was no accelerators, and the corporates were doing nothing because there were no accelerators and not corporate venturing at the time. Wayra came a little bit later. And now we are, over the time, we can say that our accelerator probably is one of the most successful in terms of returns given to our investors. We have, one of our companies was in the number 3 rank in the Financial Times 1000 of the biggest growth companies in Europe, that is Traventia. And so, but we saw a shift since 2010 to now. And so last year we moved up to just being a venture capital. So we just invest in companies that already have some traction and go through another accelerators. And the thing is that in this period of time, we have seen corporates also entering accelerators, closing accelerators, doing some other things. And so what we are now doing is, on one side, we are investing in the startups that already have some tractions, because there is a lot of bunch of different accelerators, corporate accelerator, public accelerator, university accelerators, okay? And on the other side, what we are doing to help corporates that realize that an accelerator program itself is difficult to have, it's all about expectations, because some of the corporates that closed the accelerator program is because at the beginning their expectations were to have a new product, new business line, somehow to get innovation inside of the company, but then some years after they realize that it's just a marketing KPI. So they have no really return on the company in terms of innovation or in terms of returns in their balance sheet. So that what we are helping them is we have a program that is called IntraLab that is doing open innovation with them in order to have some projects that are made by intra-entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs that are coming outside from the company, because most of the knowledge on the sector is not from the technological people that is outside, but is from the people that actually works there and works in the corporate. And so that's why we work with them, because at the end we have a lot of synergies with all of the other startups that we have invested, and we work with the corporate in that approach.
Very good. Thank you very much. Very good. Henry, tell me something. Would you invest in a company that has been accelerated in a university better than one that has been accelerated in a corporate, or the other way around?
What I would prefer? I would say it really depends on the company. I mean, there's no better way that you can generalize on. I think it really depends on the team. I guess if you in your late 30s have founded 5 companies, there's probably not that much reason to come to me or to our team, do a pre-seed deal in Berlin, and give away 5% of equity for a very small check and the program, because for that particular entrepreneur, it's not really it doesn't make sense because he has that knowledge. And on the flip side, if you go even earlier, if you're still a university student, it can be totally fine to go through such a program. I think from our perspective of what we see in Berlin is like there is an ecosystem, the term that everyone uses, but it's true. So there's a specific, a point in time where specific investors can be right and should be considered. And if you get in touch with university incubator programs or even accelerators, that's great if there's good opportunities for you there to make the first steps. And ideally, you give away little equity, and then it's all good, I would say.
Very good. You wanted to answer this question, Jordi, or you wanted... Yeah, right?
I am really interested if you are interested in investing in our startups. I mean, as I said before, we are not investing. Our programs are...
If you were an investor,
no.
Of course, if you were like out of Correos...
Are equity free. We are helping them with some money, just 30,000 euros. But we are providing something that is more important in the first stages of the startups, that is pilot their product or to pilot in the market. So for us, it's more important to have a person inside Correos that is working hand to hand with the startup and launching the pilot in the 1-year acceleration program, rather than invest. No, but then what we are finding is that the value of the startup is increasing a lot after the acceleration program has finished. So our challenge for this year in South Summit is to learn and to talk with the investors if we are interested for the investor ecosystem, because we are accelerating these companies. for me, it's a kind of a market development process. This is what we are doing here this year.
Okay, because actually what I was about to ask you, rather than this previous question, was like I know very deeply your program actually, and I was wondering, is there any company from the 5 companies that you were accelerating from last year that you are actually implementing these solutions in the company, in Correos?
We had 5. 2 of them we are offering. We're including their product in our portfolio to our customers. So our sales force is selling our products to our big customers. So we are doing that with at least 2. Then there is another one that we are using them for internal projects. And the other ones, I mean, we are searching the way to collaborate. The point is that we are not investing, and for us the success or the end of the process has to be very successful, at least during this year. Then if they have to grow, is their company. So, and we are helping them to at least to be visible, to reach the market, to put in contact with all our customers. So we are very proud because almost all of them has finished pilots, and some of them we are going together to our customers, offering the same product. If you know our program, we are public, and we have to find a way to sign contracts with small companies. So, but we are working on that also. So we have found a way to do that.
Very good. So you will probably buy 2 of the solutions that you have already accelerated.
It's not that easy. I mean, if we had to buy the solution, then we have to publish a public tender, because maybe it's not an exclusive solution. So we are finding several ways using the public contract law in Spain. I mean, we are public and we have to follow the rules, but I mean I think we are really pioneers in the public sectors. So, and it's a learning process. I tell before. I mean, in the 2017, we had no idea how to engage startups. So we had some. Our first program was very successful. In the second one, this year, we doubled the appliance, and we are also thinking in open new centers in other cities. Keep growing. So,
very good, thank you, Enrique. I was wondering how has been the evolution, because BBooster has had an evolution from acceleration program to venture capital entity, right? So how was this process, this evolution? Why did you see this need in the market of this gap?
Okay, when we were born in 2010, there was no accelerators in Spain. There were almost, I would say, almost no business angels. Okay, I remember that the Big Bang Angels network was only like 20 people. Now it's more than 150. But in that time, it was just 20 people there. And so when we started the accelerator, it was also because we had been in an investor meeting, and they said, okay, there is no good actually companies to be invested. And we were in entrepreneurs event, and okay, here there is a lot of good talent, but there is no money who invest in us. So there was in that time a gap between what entrepreneurs think might be invested, and what investor is trying to look for what actually it might be invested. And there was no deal flow for those investors to invest, but there was good talent. So we decided to launch this program in order to help that talent to get to have a company that is investable. So we worked on that. We worked together, side by side, with all the entrepreneurs, And it was our natural growth because just from the beginning we saw that if we help the company and we show the company to other investors, we should have a way also to co-invest with them. So we did our first investment vehicle to invest with the business angel that were investing in our companies. And then our companies grew and they become scale-ups. And then they had to go to venture capital. And so some of them closed a venture capital round. But then you saw also that there is a lot of good companies that are having great growing pace, like 3x, but it's difficult to reach a VC because the VCs are getting bigger and they demand for a bigger check and so on. And also there is some, and the VC ecosystem in Spain is not as big, and so you had to go to US or to London. And there, if you were a Spanish, is same company, if you are British or US, gets the money, and if you are Spanish, don't get the money. Okay, with same traction, same everything. So we decided that, okay, we could help those companies, that it was not only our portfolio companies, but all the companies that were going out from the different portfolio of the business angels and the accelerators to jump that phase. So we are now kind of like the first VC entering in a round with a convertible note. And so we help them to jump from that business angel round here in Spain to a bigger round. And actually we are integrated in Draper Venture Network. So we are one fund between 25 funds. Our main office in the Draper Venture Network is in Silicon Valley. So we are able also to try to, these Spanish companies, to make more global companies, to help them to become global, and so to access foreign money. For example, we have a good story of one of the companies that was in our last batch of the accelerator program, that it was last year, 2017, and already is invested by 2 funds from Silicon Valley, and they grew a lot in the market in the US, and so yeah, so we tried like, at the beginning, we saw, okay, the need was to seed because there was no ecosystem. Now there is ecosystem, and we need to help in the next stage. So we moved to the next stage to help them there.
Very good. Very much needed in the ecosystem. Thank you. All right, Henry, I was about to ask you, how do you find your startups? How do you get to know them and identify which one is the best one?
Yeah, so basically we just started this second fund, if you will, or the second company, APX, 6 months ago. So we're still trying to out the best ways to meet startups. We have invested in a Spanish company within our first 4 or 5 months of operating, which shows you there's a geography behind it, just Europe. So we focus on Europe and Israel most of the times. If we get applications from the States or from China, there's 2 problems with it. First of all, typically they are not good, because if they are good, they would have probably found money in the US themselves before that, so why would they come to Berlin? And the other problem is that when they come to us, we really want to be there to help them, and our market knowledge and what we can really offer them to grow faster and to take the shortcuts that we can offer is Europe focused. So that's why geography is European and Israeli companies. How do we find them? All ways that you can imagine. So that ranges from also online marketing. So we would even have something online, maybe on Facebook or Google. But then we have obviously anything that is everything that is around telling content, because we are different to a venture capitalist that has an office without founders in there. We have all the founders in our building. We have a few floors. We invest in up to 40 companies per year. So there's quite a lot of action going on. And this is something we want to share with the community to also build our brand through that. And that's how we meet others. What we learned in the first 6 months, and this is also based on the 5 years before that, together with Axel Springer Plug and Play. Basically, what the people you meet through connections, that's always very valuable. So the chance of them converting into a portfolio company is just a lot higher. So it takes, really is important to take that time for conversations with these types of recommendations. And obviously we're out at a lot of events, we travel a lot, and then we have an online form. So basically every applicant goes to that. So far we have collected 760 applications since the start. but the number obviously alone doesn't tell you much.
No,
it just means
it's a
that we
lot.
have well, it's a lot, but it also depends really on the quality, and that is something we are at the moment optimizing for, to see, it's not like just shooting for thousands of applications. We want the right applications, obviously, because every application that we review takes some time. But this is something we work on at the moment, and at the moment we are also building, or we have just built a system where we, feeding this with data tells us pretty, precisely where it makes sense to spend time and money to find companies. But it's something, obviously, as an accelerator, we have to do a standardized approach with lots of things that we do, because it's not just about quality, but also about quantity in terms of the investment number. And this is our ambition, to not just do good deals, but also a lot of them, because we're so early, the risk is so high. To have one good company that really shoots to the moon, like N26 in our predecessor company, with a valuation that I can't disclose, but they raised 170 million. That's sort of the cases where we obviously look for, and you need to optimize for both quantity and quality to do that.
Very good, thank you. Enrique, what about you? Did you receive a lot of applications in last round? Which will be the next steps for you, for your program?
Me?
I'm asking because probably most of the people here are tech startups that could be interested in you investing in them and knowing you.
So I would say our approach now is much different. We used to be more like him, like doing a lot of push communication through marketing online, social networks, because we were trying to find the entrepreneur before even he's an entrepreneur. So no one could tell you, okay, this one is the good one. So you had like to make a big call and have all the people applying, and then a tough process of selection of these people. But now with the fund is totally different, because it's kind of like they have to be already startups with some traction. So the thing that is working the best, probably what we do the best, is like we have already about 80 companies in the portfolio, the ones that were in the accelerator program, plus the ones that we have already invested with the new fund. And so the best thing is to ask our entrepreneurs and to ask our co-investors in some of other of the startups, okay, did you see anything that might be interesting for me, and so on. So the word of mouth is the one that is working best, because usually they say, Enrique, you have to meet this guy. He's really good, he's doing really good. And so then we do an interview and try to understand the startup and try to understand the team that is really good. And actually, because now even that in the accelerator is about quality, you need also a lot of quantity. But here is even more about quality and not quantity. So what you need to know is to access these quality startups and to access in the right time before they grow too much and are invested by others, but also not too early that it's just a team and we cannot invest. So what is working best is this network relation with other investors and other entrepreneurs.
Right. Any people in the public want to ask you something for speakers? Yes? Maybe you can come over or shout a little bit.
Okay, now you have moved into VC now, right? But you started as a traditional accelerator, okay? My question to you is, what's the future of accelerators like you when you have, on one hand, accelerators such as Mass Challenge that were emerged as a response to traditional accelerators charging, quite equity, quite percentage of the company in return of acceleration programs. So Mass Challenge is government money from the US or from foundations, and it's free acceleration. On the other hand, you're having the competition of corporations now setting up their own accelerators, okay? So my question is, what's happening then? And the corporate says, I mean, I know some of the corporations here in Spain, they are giving over 100,000 free money. So that's good deal.
Okay.
The other, you want the other question to him immediately?
Sure, whatever, I don't know if you prefer.
And your question for you or for corporate accelerators is, I would be interested to know what is the success rate? Because again, you're giving money for free for companies. How many of them really are successful and become your suppliers or your partners, or you actually invest and get a success? Two questions.
Okay. So about your first question, that is the one that I'm answering. When we started, there was in the world not so many accelerators. All of them were equity accelerators. So we had Y Combinator in the US, we had Sitcam in London, then Startup Bootcamp just started in Denmark and Germany, and we started in Spain. And all of them were, the KPI was to give return to our investors. So it was aligned that if the company grows and the value grows, I can then sell my part and give back money to our investors. But in fact, it happened what you were telling. Like other accelerators with public money was entering and giving free accelerating services that it might be, some of them maybe are good, some of them not, but usually the average is that you see that the value added in Sitcam or Y Combinator or even in our program probably is much bigger than the value added in those kind of in public money accelerators, that the team that is running the accelerator, the KPI is not to make growth the companies, but to have the next grant from the government in order to run the program. So at the end, but even so, there is a bunch of more accelerators. So as an entrepreneur, okay, you say, I go to the one that is taking the equity or to the one that is free. Some people choose the free one, even if it's not the best one. That's why we move to be investor later on, because now there is a lot of accelerators. I want the best entrepreneurs, and I don't care if they went through a free accelerator or an equity-taking accelerator. And so now there is a much more opportunities for them to do the first steps. So another one is doing the hard work and the dirty work. So I try to avoid the losers and get just the winners. So I guess that equity accelerators itself, you can see that they are changing. TechStars is more a corporate accelerator than actually equity accelerator. It's not anymore that what used to be. So I guess that now there is a lot of more opportunity of different accelerators that maybe the value really added to an entrepreneur is less. But if you are in a segment or sector specifically, maybe that corporate accelerator can add value for you. And if you get traction, then we can invest in there. So it's something that now there is a bigger ecosystem, more opportunities, but you have to be really a smart entrepreneur because it's about expectations. Don't think that you are going to go to an accelerator program with public money or corporate or even equity accelerator, and they are going to do the job for you, because this is not going to happen. It's going to be really tough anyway, and you have to do your work. So yeah, more opportunity, but still same hard work.
Yes. Thank you very much. Sorry for the interruptions. We were a little bit out of time. So yes. Probably if you can answer like in a couple of sentences, just like that.
Well, 4 or 5. But I mean, we are not investing, and we are doing innovation, and we are taking less risk than maybe venture capitals. I mean, and in the other hand, I mean, we are not representing all the corporate venturing. I mean, we are a special type of corporation, and every single one is doing their different programs. I mean, our objective is pilot to find startups that fits in our culture, and then try to success. I mean, we want to fail fast, but it's not but we are risking very few.
Maybe just one sentence.
A sentence,
it's all about quality. So you need to deliver every day, hard work, and then there's you will succeed as a program, as an accelerator. I think if you help the companies, then they will tell others, and then you can offer the best program. I guess that's how it goes.
Thank you very much. I think the best idea that came out of this round table is that you'd better be recommended to get to know these guys, right? All right, thank you very much for everything. Thank you very much for assisting.
Hello, hello. Ok, muy bien. Oh, ¿pasas por ahí, el otro lado? ¿Se pueden salir por ahí? Ok, gracias. Ok, ven. Okay. Bueno, gracias, Ana, por el último minuto, ok, por venir. Ok, nada. Ok, ¿podrías pasar? Ok, my microphone's on, so I just got to get you guys out of here. Keep going. Okay. If you can all sit down, please. You can all sit down. We have Oscar and... Okay, so we're just taking Jordi and we'll leave that free. Okay. So just quick second microphone test. Just speak, Ishmael. Yes?
Hello?
Hello, very good. Chris?
Hello. Hi.
Yes?
Can you hear me? Yes.
Can we hear you?
Can you hear me?
I don't think so.
No?
Can we?
Hello.
Micro, hello. Is Christopher, micro?
Hello.
Do you
Can
feel
you hear
it
me
working,
now?
no?
I feel it now. It's
Yeah,
better.
there you go.
Yeah,
Okay, next, doctor, el gran doctor. Okay. Perfecto, muy bien. No, es que toda mi familia tiene doctorados, entonces hay muchos chistes sobre este tema. Un doctor que no podría encontrar el yogurt en una nevera, pero tú tienes un doctorado, ¿por qué no podrías hacer algo? Nada. Okay, Oscar, test?
Hello. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, really good. Okay, thank you. We now have 4 working microphones. So just wait for people to come in for the afternoon sessions. Everyone getting away from lunch. And if the people who are leaving could leave. No ugly Irish people. Ugly Irish people, leave. Only room for one of those. And brilliant. Okay, and you're Roberto. Okay, so you're on the edge. Okay, I was filling time until you came, so... Perfect. Now, we will try and get you a hand microphone if we can. ¿Tiene micrófono de mano para Roberto? ¿Ha venido? Okay. So we just wait for Roberto to get a microphone in his hand. And Africa is going to give him one. And speak into it and tell me if it works. Roberto, speak into it.
Yeah, okay.
Perfect. Okay, very good. Okay, so we now have 5 working microphones and 5 live people. So that's everything we want. So this session is from Lanzadera, who are an incubator in Valencia, and Ishmael is going to explain exactly what they're going to do, and Lanzadera is going to talk about innovating with big companies. Big round of applause, please, and take it away, Valerio.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank our speakers for being here today with us in this roundtable. We are going to talk about how big corporations can innovate alongside Lanzadera and big companies and startups. And let's start with the questions. First of all, I would like to ask to Christopher, what is CBRE looking for a relationship with startups?
Okay. Can you hear me? Still sounds a little bit low. Let me start by saying that CBRE is a global real estate company, and within our D&T strategy globally, we're building a lot of technology in-house, so we're creating groups of talented engineers, designers everywhere in the world. But we don't expect to do everything ourselves, and we also look to speed to market. So if it's going to take us a lot of time to create a solution that is valuable for our clients, we're going to look elsewhere outside to startups, and we have a great example in the US where we acquired Floored, a 3D technology company that created a lot of value for our teams in the process of commercializing spaces, and also to our clients in that regard. And there's also real estate has a lot of ramifications, right? Because if you think office assets, retail assets, residential assets, there's the core real estate, but there's wellness on those assets. There's finance to invest, disinvest, value, So there's a lot of things that we're not going to do ourselves, and that's where we also look for startups to complement our services to our clients. And
okay, thank you. Oscar, do you have similar goals, or are they different?
For sure, we have some similar goals. Nowadays, corporates, we are facing lots of new challenges and threats due to the digital revolution. And for instance, in the automotive industry, we are going to suffer more transformation in the next following 10 years than in the last 100 years. So due to this digital revolution, we have to look outside our internal or traditional ecosystem, reinvent ourselves, and try to find new ways to innovate. We need to innovate faster in order to give or to meet our customer expectations. This is the reason why we are completely convinced that the role of the startups will be really, really crucial and key in order to providing us with fresh ideas, new talent, and helping corporates to turn these challenges and these threats into great opportunities. Also, what corporates are looking in order to collaborate with the startups are, we would like to build like a real relationship, the win-win relationship with them. Corporates can offer to the startups some kind of, so we have knowledge, we have the talent, and the people who knows a lot of our industry. We have the distribution channels. In our case, for example, in Volkswagen, we have the dealerships. And also, if it's necessary, we can provide to the startups the chance to test or pilot some ideas or prototypes with real customers. So I think that it's a really important thing. And also, corporates can receive from the startups new ideas, inspiration, speed of implementation. That is something that we really need. And one thing that is really important is the thing that we need to know different ways of working. I mean, now in corporates, we have big hierarchies, a lot of bureaucracy and very tough processes and workflows. So it helps a lot to know how a startup works in a more agile way. This is the point, I think. And I would like to add also that for our point of view, it's crucial if from the corporate and startup relationship, it won't work unless both parties are completely aligned and then they work together and they invest the same time and effort in the collaboration.
Thank you, Oscar. Let's move to another question that so many startups must have. Based on your experience, Miguel, what does a startup must have in order to work with your corporation?
Yeah, okay. My corporation is a very old corporation and a successful corporation, of course, mainly based in what we call the traditional German engineering processes, okay, and the power of this. But of course, there are good things and bad things. Good thing is that, of course, it's good products with good quality. But on the other side, during years working in this way, you take risk to be a bored organization, boring works, and you are misleading somehow the talented people in the company. So it's a fact that 95% of engineers prepared to work in home appliances are outside our corporation. And so we get right now, in this moment, with this atmosphere, for the last, I would say, 15, 20 years, to have the opportunity to get this talent inside the company. So what we are looking for inside the startups are, of course, I agree with you, new ideas, new talent, new way of working and things like that to be closer to our customers and things like that. But I'd like to add here a new thing. I could say it's for us, it means for my corporation, where the gray color is something more than the logo we have right now. What we are looking for is passion. Passion in motion, it means people who wants to push the ideas against, I would say, a stroke and hierarchical organization, like in a big corporate. So for me, the difference between a good startup and next startup is the passion for doing things.
So you, Roberto, what is your approach in Sony PlayStation?
Hi,
for all. Thank you for all to see us. Mine is the same line of the other business, but problem is video games in Spain mainly is that all our talents are high because in the universities, in the degrees now, they are studying to make video games, but the first game is not the game that can show all the talent that they have. So we need to discover that talent, to test that talent, making our first game with us, and then to use them for the next level of to make video game. Our main missions in Spain is to locate and to find and to show the talent and to use them to create a new market in Spain, a new business, the business of the video games.
Christopher, something to add?
I think we're most in line, and to your comment, I think we cannot rely on the startup to push that to push those boundaries that we have on corporates. I think it's within the corporate to push that agility as well, because we're also facing those issues. The startup comes with a pace and hits the corporate with all the approvals in finance, the legal bureaucracy, and so on. And we cannot expect the startup to do that for us. It has to be within the corporate that adopts that methodology and creates an environment where the startup can actually provide value.
I would like also to talk about how startups can collaborate with corporates. And Miguel, which type of collaboration have you developed in working with startups in the past?
Yeah, we are pretty new in this world, I would say. So we are right now learning. We are learning how to do, because the main problem, the main enemy we have right now is inside corporate. It means our own organization usually is very, I would say, hard to explain to our colleagues in the company that we are going to work in a very flexible way with an external company. We are going to share somehow our knowledge and the knowledge of this external company and things like that. So we are hitting somehow in some topics the core, the heart somehow of our company. And in many cases, this is really difficult to solve. At the moment we are preparing, like now with Lanzadera, we have the opportunity to learn how to contact with this kind of companies in Spain and how to try to take advantage of the contact with them. We are right now building up. Right now we are beginners in this world.
Roberto, I know that you have some experience in this way.
Yeah.
How do you do?
In our case, it's the same, because we are working with teams that they are young, they have a lot of ideas, but they don't know nothing about the business or about how to work with biggest licenses or something in the big market. So we have to learn to explain them how they can to affront their projects. Not only to finish them, that is difficult, because in the university usually they learn how to make something but know how to finish something. That is the problem. The project are demos, are prototypes, never is a finished game. And we need finished game for the market. So we have to learn to explain them why we need that and how can they do that? Okay, that's the problem. It's a problem of mentality. Different in the business are the people that want to enter in the business, but they can't because they don't know how.
Continue with you, Roberto. I'm sure that you have overcome so many problems in the past until work with startups. Can you list some of them? I mean, the principal ones.
Well, advantage of us is that in the video games market or in the video games business, all are startups. Something. So we have the help of the big companies that they work in the video games area from 30 years ago as long. So we are working with them to learn how to begin to work with that companies, and we don't need any startup anything that they were a startup. We need that the team work fine, to finish the game, and then we will work with them to be a startup. But we are in the first step, in the step of to learn how to work with them, and they have to work together. And it's the first part. They aren't a startup or anything.
Christopher, did you have similar challenges in CBRE?
Yeah, I agree that also in CBRE, and especially focusing now in Spain, we're in the early stages, so we're learning by doing. Last year we launched the CBRE PropTech Challenge, an open innovation initiative to gather ideas, very seed ideas, and establish startups on the PropTech or non-PropTech market. And that was quite successful in the turnout of projects. But I think we still have to go one step further on the implementation, on bringing those ideas into the organization, into the lines of business where they apply, and finally into the clients. And there, I think that the challenge we're facing in the corporate is an amount of dedication of resources, both in money and people, that actually take the time to be with a startup, to align their view with the line of business view and provide a value-add product for the clients, which is in the end what we're looking for. So we're progressing, and I think we're taking the right steps on this year's PropTech Challenge, which is running now until the end of October, to be better at that phase of going to the market with them.
As you are all of you corporates working with Lanzadera, I would like to share with our audience how does Lanzadera help you or contribute in your relationship with the startups. Oscar, could you start?
As my colleagues, we are pretty new in this world, so we don't have the know-how, and also we don't have even the resources in our company to starting contacting with the startups and so on. To be honest, it's not our core business. So this is the reason why we are collaborating very successfully with Lanzadera. Our relationship starts some months ago, and during this period we worked really, really hard in our project. And what we can say about Lanzadera is that they have extremely motivated employees and well prepared, that they are really at any time available for any questions or whatever, helping startups and also corporates for sure. What I think that it's really interesting also from Lanzadera is that they have a very interesting coaching and training program for startups. I don't know if you know the place, but they have a really cool workspace that it's a perfect place for interaction and to generate networking. And as a corporate, from our point of view, what we appreciate the most is that we give us the chance to have access to this startup ecosystem, let me say like this. So from my side, I think that we are going to succeed with this first initiative, and hopefully we will continue in touch or working together.
Thank you very much, Oscar, for everything. Roberto, something to add?
Yeah. In our case, this is the second generation of project in Lanzadera. The first one, the last of the other projects were Dayland, Hype, and Timothy and the Aliens, and the coaching program, all this follow with the project and how to make them from an amateur project to a enterprise or startup was a step that without Lanzadera was very easy. And the most powerful, step for that project was when Lanzadera decided to invest in some of our projects. It's the best opportunity not to only to be a startup with to have the help of Lanzadera to change them into big projects.
What about you, Christopher? In the last year, we launched 2 programs.
Yeah.
Something that you would like to point out?
Yeah, I think that the collaboration between CBRE and Lanzadera is it's a winning combination because with Lanzadera we can provide the startups or those that want to become a startup the guidance on how to do so, the coaching on finance, on the structure of the team, and so on. And CBRE can plug in all the real estate mentoring. So understand the market, what the clients are looking for, what are their challenges, and direct their solution to fix or to solve those issues. And also on the other program is focus on a particular challenge, and it's been successful so far on looking for the right touch as Lanzadera.
And what about you, Miguel? We started with one step
to go in this new world of small companies with talent, with passion about technology. In the topic of food technology, this case of Citrine is a very interesting topic for us. Of course, now we have to understand that we have to be together in the same atmosphere, and this is a very hard moment at the beginning of our relationship, okay? And this is just part of ours to try to transform our organization to get inside or close to us the new work of these guys. But on the other side, we need also the understanding of the startup to understand that we are not bad, we are not good, we are not bad, we are different somehow, okay? And we have to adapt each other. Now we are in this moment to adapt each other, and this is very, very, I would say, critic moment at the moment with the relation with these new companies who wants to be with us, and we want to be also with them.
I don't know if anyone of the crowd doesn't know what is Lanzadera. Lanzadera is an accelerator program located in Valencia. We started 5 years ago, and in this time we launched 250 startups, and nowadays we have 120 in our facilities in Valencia. Lanzadera was founded by Juan Roch, the president of Mercadona, and we are trying to collaborate with corporates, trying to innovate with the startups and with our knowledge. Let's move with another question. What are the benefits and problems that you have working with startups? You, Roberto, can you start?
Well, for us it's easy because for example, I'm teacher in a university, so I know the mind of the students. We mainly work with the students in our first program, as I said. So the problem is not to understand them, but they they understanding us. That's the problem. So the problem is solved with Lanzadera. Lanzadera has many programs of coaching when the projects can grow. But the mainly problem for us is to get in time with the deadline of the projects. In other field we have 4 more camps along all Spain. We need to work with them as producers. To be over them, working with them, checking the deadlines and the Scrum, using the Scrum or other methods. Lanzadera help us a lot with that. From the very beginning, last year, they saw how to work and how to maintain a methodology of work. It was great. It was great for us.
Thank you. Christopher?
basically
problems, benefits?
basically the same. Well, the benefits is in enhancing our services to our clients and providing them quicker, like I said at the beginning. The problems, well, it's been said, alignment between what the corporate, the speed of the corporate and what it's looking for, and those of the startup. For instance, I've seen some cases where we don't fully understand that the startup is living on the day, so they have to get income quite quickly, otherwise they're in danger. And we as a big corporate are used to something else because we are a big machine that can take more time to develop things. So I think that's one of the challenges that we've faced so far.
Okay, thank you. Now let's see if anyone of the crowd has question for our speakers. I think here we have one question and a microphone.
Hi, can you hear me okay? Everyone, yeah? So in the last session we saw someone from Correos Lab who did it with themselves, who did the Startup Acceleration Program internally. Here the four of you are dealing with the external provider, Lanzadera. My main question is, how did you get the internal buy-in? How did you manage to get someone to give you the okay internally? And the second thing is, just kind of moving on, Christopher, from what you just said, is how do you also get the revenue to give the startups, more an internal point of view? So the first thing is, how did you get the buy-in? And the second thing is, how are you going to secure some revenue, small amount of money, to then actually pay the startups?
Miguel, someone?
Okay, I'll start. Well, we have the benefit of our leadership, that it's bought in already. I'll go from the top. Our global CEO, Bob Solentic, talks about technology now on every keynote that he gives. So he's a believer that we have to do this. And in Spain, even more so, because I think we started this 3 years ago, and it's been growing in the company. So the buying is there, but then you have to show results, because we're very results oriented. So mistakes are good, but you still have to show that what's the return on those investments that you do, and those collaborations, because it's also time that you dedicate to this.
I totally agree. So because you have to make a lot of efforts in the company to try to get the projects and the activities live, because you can get an exceptional idea and you can get a lot of technology behind and you can be very passionate for your work and things like that, but at least in the world of home appliances, there is one thing, but to get into the field is not so easy. And it takes time, and in this time you have to convince a lot of people that the project is in the good direction, and you need to get alive the project in many occasions. So with money and things, and to try to convince everybody that there are revenues behind and things like that. So there are a lot of risks, of course. Not so easy.
Time flies and we have to close the round table. I would like to thank all of you for sharing all your experience with us, and I hope you had a good time. And if you have more questions about Lanzadera, about our corporates, we have a stand over there, it's number 26, and we will be there really happy to solve all your questions. Thank you very much.
Let's see if I have I think I have a card somewhere. Let me. Okay. Yeah. No. I mean, I work with. Okay. We're kind of running. We're running behind schedule. Okay. One second. I'll talk to you afterwards, Jackie. Okay. Okay. Very good. Okay. If the speakers can walk off in this direction, please, that would be great. They're doing that. Okay. That's brilliant. And we will bring on the next set of speakers, who are getting ready behind the scenes. So if we can, you're ready to go, so you come out. So this is good. So I guess you can sit in the couch, and Ignacio, you can sit in the chair, or whatever you want to do. Generally, the moderator sits on the chair. So, but you know, whatever way you want to do it, it's perfect. Yeah. Okay. Okay. God, we're on live TV, you know? Okay. So we're setting up for our next cozy chat, you know, which is very good. And just check now microphones are working. So Ignacio, if you could speak into your microphone, please. Say hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
That sounds working. And now Jackie. Perfect. Very good. Okay. This sounds brilliant. Okay, so we're ready for our next, you know, this is like a fireside chat, I guess. That's what you call this.
Very side.
So, yeah. So we got a fireside chat here. I love the guy who comes up with these titles. The crucial steps when going through innovation. We're going to talk about the crucial steps when going through innovation, and with Ignacio and Jackie. So big round of applause from everyone for Ignacio and Jackie. Yay! Come on, it's afternoon. We got to keep the energy levels up.
They think we're going to talk innovation, but actually we're going to start dancing here.
That's it. It's the way we're planning to start. So we've got 20 minutes. We're supposed to be discussing about the steps for digital transformation for big corporations. So I think first of all we need to be really proud and thank Jackie for being here. You know, she's a senior VP from Plug and Play. She will explain now, but you know those guys were involved in Dropbox, were involved in Lending Club, were involved in PayPal. So it's just really thank you. Thank you, Jackie, for being here. It's a pleasure for all of us, for Southern Europe ecosystem and for Spain. And well, I am, maybe starting with me is a little bit unpolite, but I'm Ignacio Tobar, Nacho Tobar. I'm the head of digital transformation for Iberia. You know, for some of us, you may think that Iberia is like the flagship of Spain, really like an old school. We are like 90 years old company, but my background is a little bit different. So I joined the company 1 year ago, and I come from venture capital. So I used to work in a venture capital firm here in Madrid, in Samaipata Ventures, you may know, with José del Barrio. And so Jackie is here. So I think that first question from my side, if anyone in the house doesn't understand what is Plug and Play and how big that is, so what are the kind of things that you're doing in Plug and Play today?
Very good. Thank you so much. You are 90 years young.
That's it. That is what our CEO says.
Yes, 90 years young. So hi, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. We're very happy, very proud. And I have a very deep love for Spain. So my really dark intention is to open Plug and Play Spain. So you know, okay? So Plug and Play, for those of you that don't know, Plug and Play is the largest open innovation platform in the world. And so with that, we mean we invest in startups, we accelerate the startups, and we help the corporations with their digital transformation. So we do three things. When we wear our hat of startups, we typically try to do anywhere from seed to a little bit past A rounds. And that one is just because as investor, you have to focus on ROI. So you buy more with less, right? We finished last year with 162 investments just in the United States, plus another 100 around the world, which put us as the most active investor in the United States and second largest globally in Q2 for 2018. So we're very happy for that. and we operate now in 28 cities around the world. And with those 28 cities, hopefully we hope to discover more unicorns. We have 5 unicorns. The ones that you mentioned, the 2 extra SoundHound, that it is one of voice-activated artificial intelligence that is you're going to see it soon in the Daimler cars. Most likely you saw the news last week or a couple of weeks ago. And the other one is Guardian Health. It's chromosome technology for diagnostics. We have the 6th one already, but we cannot say anything yet.
Can't you, really?
Yeah, no, it's fun. It's fun. We're having fun for sure.
Okay.
We're not the good ones. I mean, the sexy ones are the startups.
That's it. I think you may be part of startups. You may be part of big corporations collaborating with startups or thinking in collaborating with startups. So next question could be, what do you think are the main challenges for big corporations to go through this digital transformation path? It's a good question. You know, it's a really complicated one.
It is. it is obviously that's the biggest path because, as you well know, for startups, there's a challenge to raising funding, and of course, you want to get funding from reputable investors, et cetera, et cetera. But really, the challenge is bigger than that. What you really need is customers. Paying customers, and we were talking yesterday about that in the panel, right?
That's it.
And so paying customers is the most crucial thing that you need. So the way we operate and the way we help startups is by helping them discover customers. And then the customers are precisely the large corporation, because it's easier to walk with the hand of Iberia or any of the Fortune 500 companies. We work today with around 300 Fortune 500 corporations, and we help them to discover this technology. At Plug and Play, we do believe that innovation should be open for everybody. And the challenge that we have is that innovation is kind of like a little tricky monster that it is very difficult to deal with. And you don't know how. You don't know how to deal with startups. You don't know how to ingest startups, which is the biggest problem. And so the biggest challenge for digital transformation, I would summarize in the large corporation, would be perhaps three biggest ones that I can see in my point of view. Number one side is to try to discover high quality technology with applicable cases that you can start working with them tomorrow, such a way that you can reduce your go-to-market to put this technology into your customers' hands. On the internal side, that's external, it's an extrinsical factor. How can you expedite, or how can you put your hands into high quality startups at scale? Because in an ecosystem which is relatively reduced, for example in Europe, perhaps you go 1 year around Europe and then you met all the startups that you needed to meet, and then what do I do next, right? And then you saw all the startups you were able to see. But then the world is bigger than that. And so how the first program you can do it okay, the second program maybe, and then the third program you get stuck because you don't have startups. So intrinsically, then there's the second phase. Let's assume you already had this ability to discover startups, and mostly I recommend use third party, because third party, my core competition is that. Your core competition is to move passengers and cargo. And so let's do whatever is your core competition. And so, but internally, one of the biggest challenges for digital transformation is your capacity to ingest this technology inside of the organization, and then the cultural transformation that comes one ahead or simultaneously with the other. How can we convince the organization, which are large organizations, many times more than 5,000 employees? In your case, you're what, like
16,000.
16,000. I mean,
we are part of a group with IAG, which is like just British Airways is like 45,000.
Imagine,
employees.
right? So we deal with corporations like, for example, Daimler, which is like 30,000 employees. And imagine for an organization of that caliber, how do you communicate from one side to the other side of the organization? And so there is a few ingredients that need to happen, and this is one, they believe from the C-level that innovation is important, and that you have to incorporate and align your innovation strategy with your digital, with your business strategy. So if you don't have the two of them aligned, and it doesn't come from the top, from the bottom you can kind of scream and do whatever you want, and it's not going to happen, and it is complicated. And so those are the biggest challenges.
That's great. Thank you for that. And then conscious that we are like using many names and many words to try to define the same thing. Sometimes it's a little bit like misleading. So what is your definition of open innovation in just one sentence? That's another complicated one, but really a short one. So what is, for Plug and Play, collaborating with so many corporations and startups, think of open innovation? And I think you partially asked this question, but what would be your definition, just as a takeaway for all of us to take to our companies and to take home?
I would summarize it in one word: collaboration. Collaboration. That's open innovation. And it is external and internal. And so I guess that the biggest problem, or the way that we used to think about innovation in the past, is that you have competitors. You don't talk to your competitors. You don't talk to these other people because they can steal our idea. They can do things better if they are going to copy us. And what we have learned, and if you go to Silicon Valley, really, and it happens to Google. I mean, Google. We had Google at one of the buildings of my boss, Said Amidi, and when they started and they said that they wanted to build a search engine, people were looking at them as like, why would you like to build a search engine if there are already 13 in the market? I mean, there was Alta Vista, Excite at Home, Yahoo, and all the other ones with a few variations. And at the end of the day, we know the story. And the difference was one, execution. And so when you have your strategy aligned, execution is important. But what you have to understand is that even in your closest competitor, you can find synergies. And we have discovered that in this platform that we have, is that competitors sit on the same table and they talk the same level strategically when it comes to innovation. And that makes a huge difference. Huge. So collaboration. So in America, I'm naturalized American. I was born in Mexico. But in America, they say, have your friends close and your enemies closer. So at least you know what they are doing, right? And what can you collaborate? I mean, it is unbelievable.
Yes, I think the way you put in the same table competitors in plug and play is absolutely amazing. So, yeah.
It's difficult, and
yeah.
we understand, and in many cases it's very difficult. And sometimes it was so complicated, for example, to put on the table Daimler and Porsche on the same program. Yet they are collaborating, and just in the program that we have in Stuttgart for mobility, for example, we have 19 partners, including these two giants, and the interesting part is that the speed at which they have developed pilots is just ridiculous. In less than 3 years, 2 years and something that we have been operating, 4 batches, I think, we're into the 5th batch of acceleration programs. They have done 63 pilots. So for an organization of that caliber, to be able to deliver 63 pilots, out of which approximately 30 they are in post-pilot evaluation, the vendor thing, and how to integrate, etc. And they already have a handful of technologies that are going to or are deployed in cars for 2019. That's serious business, especially for an industry that it takes anywhere from 5 to 7 years to roll out technology. And so if you're able to do something faster, why not? Why can you not get to your customers faster?
Can you hear me well? Yeah, now you can. Another question, just conscious that you just gave us great news, and you said that you were opening a new office or about to open a new office in Spain. So why do you think Southern Europe and Spain is interesting for plug and play? And 2 questions in one. And what is the main difference between our ecosystems and the ones that you are like managing in the United States, or in terms of startups and also corporations? So are we different? Is Iberia different to American Airlines?
It is. It is very different. Of course, number one is the scale. And there's no comparison. There is no other ecosystem as big except for China. And China is humongous, the amount of technology and startups. And of course, the money that it is floating right now is just ridiculous. I mean, it's going to be even bigger than the US very soon. But other than that, I do believe there is a lot of talent. I mean, startups are incredible in Spain. They are really good. But still, we have to take them a little bit higher. And the problem that happens in Spain, for example, is that there is a lot of early stage money.
But then once that they receive the funding for perhaps Series A, so we go to the seed, then go with Series A, and then they the startups all fall into the void. And why? Because then when it comes to go to market, our large corporations are still afraid of dealing with startups. And so we think we can catalyze that change. And so we have done it in several cities. We're operating in many countries. And what we need is really to believe that working with startups is not complicated. And the way we have done it is we have done it very easily. It took us a little while to figure it out. But the way we have done it, as investors, we invest in early stage. However, as digital transformation aid to help large corporations, we're stage agnostic. So we deal with startups that are in growth stage that have raised sometimes up to $100 million worth of funding. Of course, for the rest of the world, $100 million worth funding startup is not a startup, it's a real company, right? For Silicon Valley, it's still a startup. You know, this inflation of numbers, but that's the way it works. And so what is happening then, and it happens for companies that are heavily regulated, automotive, health, banking, insurance. These organizations cannot work many times with a girl and a guy and a dog. It's very complicated to start on that side of the spectrum, especially not for core technology, all the back end, right? And so what we have done is we mitigate the risk for the large corporation by introducing startups that are way bigger. And because our platform includes more than 300 corporations, then it's not one corporation. It's the way we select startups is based on what 300 corporations believe. This is good technology. And they are already operating not with one, maybe with two, maybe with 10 very large customers, such a way that if you want to start working with them tomorrow, you can do it. So we have the whole spectrum. We have perhaps a third that are growth stage, B series, sometimes C, that are pretty solid. And then you have also the ones that have products that are applicable cases ready to deploy. And so with that, then you have a whole range. So you start training your corporation, especially just the big guys, that the word risk doesn't exist in their vocabulary. And I said, I cannot assume risk. And then you give them a safe environment to have a little playground to fail safely. And so that way is easier to bring you. So once that they start losing the fear, then they start coming down. And what we need to do in Spain is precisely that. We have to stop fearing. We have to just go and do it. And I believe we can do it. And so we have amazing corporations, but we have to move from the logo innovation to the ingestion, utilization of product from startups, implementation, and go to market. And so that's the part that we feel we can help a little bit. And so,
thank you very much.
Help me out.
Absolutely. I think maybe just the last question. I think it's important. It's also linked with the previous one, but what are you looking for when you analyze startups and also corporations? So which are the kind of skills, capabilities, or whatever that a startup will have to be part of your portfolio, or even corporations? And you're starting to build some partnership here and whatever. So which kind of corporations are the ones that you are looking for here?
For the startups, we're looking for startups that do have technologies with applicable cases. And so it could be artificial intelligence, but okay, how do you use your artificial intelligence to resolve a real problem for a large corporation? And that might be, for example, you to understand passenger flow or to personalize your offer, for example. That could be something that it is applicable. So how can we put that into practice in reality, not in the ether, right? For corporations, we want corporations that are ready to roll up their sleeves, that really want to test these technologies and that they want to roll them out. And so it is not okay, and it is not something that we can open a new location if the startup if the corporation just want to have their logo somewhere in the wall. That doesn't work for an ecosystem. So we need corporations that really want to say, yes, we discovered SoundHound, we tested SoundHound, and we're going to implement it as the next voice assistant for the cars in Daimler. And that's what we want to see, because that is what really helps and creates the ecosystem. So if we're able to accomplish that one, every taker, you know where to find me, Jackie at PMPTC. It is not a matter of if, it's when. And when it's you guys, corporations, especially large corporations, that we need you, those are the ones that we really need. So hopefully we can achieve.
We will together. So thank you so much, Jackie. I hope you enjoyed this fireside as I did. It was really interesting for me. And feel free just to come and ask any questions once we have finished all this, and we'll be around. I don't know if we can now or not.
We have still one for question?
One?
No, I believe not. But
sorry for that.
We're not. But
no
we're
public.
here, so feel free to ping me.
Okay, thank you very much,
everybody.
Guys. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Please leave on this direction if you wouldn't mind, Jackie and Ivan, so that we can bring the other people on from the other direction. Okay, come on. Harry with an IE. And we just let the other people leave. And yeah, tall people usually get their own chair. That's the way life goes. Yeah, so Susanna, Juan, and then moderator. Okay, absolutely brilliant. So, just got to do a quick microphone test. So, speak into your microphone.
Hello, everything all right
That's
here?
working, is it? I think.
Yeah,
You
I
feel
think
it
so.
working?
Yes.
Okay, Juan?
Yeah, I think so.
Great.
Yep.
Susanna?
1, 2, 3.
Great.
Testing.
And then Harry?
1, 2, 3.
Okay, eins, whatever Dutch is, 1, 2, 3. No, it's not.
All right.
Okay, brilliant. Okay, so we got everyone. I think we have. Okay, brilliant. So, running slightly behind time for the first time all day. So the next panel is on corporate ventures. And we have Mark, we have Susanna, we have Juan, and we have Harry. So all of the people advertised. So without further ado, I'll pass you over to Mark. So round of applause, please, for Mark. Thank you. Come on, cheers, everyone. Come on, wake out of your slumbers.
Okay, guys. Well, thanks very much for being here. And thanks very especially to the panelists. We want to discuss growth and scaling up with our panelists who run corporate venture firms. So my first question to you guys would be, what are the main misunderstandings entrepreneurs have when you meet them? When you guys invest in them, in their companies, what is going on that is wrong in there?
Yeah. If I may start. So maybe very quickly about Amadeus Ventures, which is the program that I run. So we are a startup investment program of Amadeus IT Group, which is a technology company focused on the travel and transportation industry. So what we do is we look around the world, look for very talented entrepreneurs who are working on projects that are sitting at the crossroad of technology and travel. So we provide them with funding, but also other things that we are going to be talking about later. So we've been running for almost 5 years now, and so we have a healthy portfolio, and we've seen some of them growing from really the C stage into like Series A and Series B. So coming back to the question of like what are the misunderstandings, I think the misunderstanding here is you think that once you are able to raise money, you would have enough disposal cash to be able to do a lot of things. But I think what we have seen is, like for entrepreneurs, you continue to face a lot of trade-offs, like during your lifetime as an entrepreneur. You need to trade off between, for example, what we've seen in some of our portfolio companies, whether you should be investing in more sales and marketing efforts to go out and sell to more customers, or should you be like really paying off some of your technology debt in the company, the things that you did in the past, that you did a quick and dirty way, that you really need to upgrade your platform such that it becomes more scalable. So you see all these trade-offs ongoing in companies that are, say, growing actually pretty healthily.
Harry, do you want to? Do you want to make a small intro regarding you guys?
Thanks. Yeah, short introduction. I'm heading the corporate investment arm of the Rabobank, which is a Dutch-based bank called Rabo Frontier Ventures. We have done 9 investments so far, not only in the fintech scene, but also in the agri-tech scene. And that has to do with our heritage as a bank. In the blockchain area, of course, in the trade finance, trade commodity finance area. A couple of them related to financial cruise control in the retail as well in the wholesale market. And back to your question, what my experience is, if you mature as a startup to scale up, sales is extremely important. And a lot of teams I've seen is they just hire a salesperson and think then the job is done. And but then the real work really starts. And also there's also a lack of preparation. Looking at the background as an investor, what we are really aiming for, they just approach you like doing a cold sale. And I think, if you really want to get an investor involved in general, you really need to prepare yourself and see what our investment themes are and what our strategy is.
Excellent. Juan, and do you want to do a small intro also?
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Juan. I'm Senior Investment Associate from Repsol. We launched a fund this year of 85 million euros. And we focus in different search fields, but most of them, industrial. So we closed this year already 8 investments. And yeah, that's the main key things of our funds and our corporate fund. Back to the question of this. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm going to be more specific, but one of the most important misunderstandings we have with the startups is that sometimes, when we complete an investment, they think, they have like kind of commercial preferences. And we have first, to put them in contact with our internal clients. And yeah, that's maybe the most important thing.
So that everybody knows, I'm a founding partner of CREA. We're an M&A boutique, and we help companies in fundraising processes. We help companies in sell mandates and buy mandates. And when some of our clients come to us looking for money, we do tell them that it can be important. It's not always important, but it can be important who comes with you, who accompanies you. Sometimes the business plan is relatively simple. Nothing is easy in life, but straightforward. And sometimes the sort of stumble blocks you're going to need somebody senior in your board, an investor that can go with you. Could you guys give us a few examples or some ideas of how you help the invested companies to scale up? How do you help the entrepreneurs and the startups to grow up and above investing in them, of course?
From our side, basically, of course, we gave them financial stability. That's probably the key thing. And then we help them to deploy their technologies in our business. We have a very large business and international. So we help them, to promote their businesses as well in different business units of Repsol. And then as well, we open them to a sales channel and contacts worldwide. And yeah, I think that's the main thing we do.
And how do you guys from the corporate side are able to influence in the business side? I mean, does that really work then?
Yeah, sometimes it's difficult because, for example, you have many interest in a specific company. That company, could be very good in terms of financials, but the business or the internal units, they don't see it. So sometimes we have to insist them and try to push a little. But yeah, I mean it's the trade-off between us and the internal units, and this always happens because in our case we are a strategic fund. So we just don't seek for financials. I mean, a profit. We just look for as well the technologies and what they can give to us as well.
Excellent.
Harry? We actually do it on two ways. One guy in my team is a venture manager, and he's taking care of the setting up the proof of concepts of the venture together with the business lines. So that's one way. And the other way is if you look at my investment committee, there are, some of them are part of the executive board, and these executive members are actually responsible to move the venture forward in terms of getting access to the client base, to the marketing channels, or setting up commercial agreements with the ventures.
Okay.
And that's extremely important to have backing from on a high level in order to be successful.
Yeah. So similarly, we're quite clear that there are three things that we can do for startups. One is industry knowledge. So we understand our industry well in travel. We have a technology that we can share with the startups. And last but not least is about customer reach. So for startups, you will be able to sell to the innovators in the industry directly. But once you have sold to most of them, you need to start reaching the next tier of customers, and that is where we really can help. In that case, because for Amadeus, we have a very extensive customer network with airlines, airports, travel agencies all around the world, and we really share that with the startups who come into our portfolio. So either it is to give you an opportunity to present in our Amadeus branded customer events, or more importantly, it is about whether we can actually integrate your technology into our solutions, that together we can approach the customers together as additional value proposition. So it's a win-win situation that we can bring value proposition faster to our customers and also bring you guys along with us.
Harry?
Yeah, and my experience is, working together with the fintech ecosystem. Like 5 or 7 years back, it was really opposed to the incumbents. As a fintech startups, you were I'm going to conquer the world, I'm going to do a better job. But now it's really about collaboration, because if you look at the incumbents, they're slow, but at least they still have some corporate assets, which can be leveraged by working together closely with the business lines. And just to give you a simple example, which is actually helping a startup really out, is a South African startup wants to expand the business into California. So we have a big footprint in California, and it's easy, to bring them in touch with clients of us and just do the validation, and if it's going to work out in California.
And do you guys find you need to help them with regards to managing their financial plan, their financial expectations and discipline? Because one of the things we find is that startups without a formal board and without professional investors tend to be a bit sloppy with regards to board meetings, to setting down a strategy. It's a bit like going to the gym. Nobody wants to do it, but once you've done it, you're happy you've done that. Do you find that sort of thing?
Yeah, Mac, I think you're absolutely right. You're spot on. So these days, when we talk to startups, especially when they are raising their first or second round, we strongly encourage them to find a financial investor to co-invest with us. Being a strategic investor, we know where we can add value, which is the reach and the industry knowledge. So if we can complement that with the expertise of a financial investors who are more disciplined in terms of making sure the numbers are there, making sure that the board meetings are happening, I think it's the perfect combination of the skill sets of the both sides.
Very interesting. Yeah. Okay. Can you tell us some horror story of your experience, so that you have you can tell us about, so that we can all learn from bad past.
Yeah, I mean, no, please go ahead.
Well, I won't. I can't say which company it was, but they had a tremendous reputation externally, and so we were interested and talked to them in much more detail. But then it actually looks like a Christmas tree full of initiatives, you know, a garden with tons of flowers, but nowhere scale. So it was. So I think that of course they were very optimistic. So every single opportunity they took along and, you know, brought it forward instead of, you know, thinking about what's our real focus and what's our mission, and then select the top ones and proceed.
And what happened then with this company?
Well, we sat down and we said, you know, you have like 15 or 20 different initiatives. Just pick 2, the most promising one, and just focus only purely on these.
And did
2.
they? Or
They did. Yeah.
They did.
Yeah.
Any more horror stories?
Yeah, in my particular case, you know, our fund is quite young, so we have some legacy assets from the previous fund, and definitely I don't have like a particular horror story, but what we can see in some of the companies is sometimes a lack of business and strategy focus. So we have very technical people with plenty of expertise, but then you don't see them, you know, like very focused in strategy and business.
Suzanne?
Yeah, my team over there says that we definitely don't have any horror
only good
stories.
investments.
Yes,
you guys
only
are really good.
No, we have exactly what you mentioned before. So startups that focus very much on sales, marketing, product, but haven't been paying attention to financial numbers, balance sheets not balancing, like budget version 1, 2, 3, like numbers keep changing, and so it's very. So even with strategic, we still require some kind of standard to be able to understand what is going on in the organization. So in those circumstances, it's quite difficult being the venture arm, like how we can communicate the trust message back to the organization to say that we should continue to support these startups. So that's one aspect of it. Like we've got horror stories of running out of money, of course. Like you got a call on a Friday night at 7 o'clock because that is opening of business in San Francisco, and they said that I need the document signed in 3 hours. Say thousands of pages of legal documents, and legal, of course, they are all home already. Yeah. So we've got a few of those scare moments, but overall, so I would say what is important is continuous communications with your investors. Say, get them involved, get them on board. That transmit trust is what you need. It's the building of the ongoing relationships. It is not only about the quarterly board meetings that you present a very nice PowerPoint, but it's the continuous development of the communications and keep them up to date to avoid any last minute surprises. I think that's, from an investor point of view, what we really want.
Harry, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, well, interesting enough, you know, if we have this conversation right now, it's not are very obvious things, and it reminds me of the report CB Insights published at the beginning of this year. You know, what are the pitfalls or the failures of startups, and there are a very obvious one. So I think number one, it's more than 40% is there's no market need, and not a proper business model is, I think, second, and the third one is team problems with the team, and that's also what I notice, and we pay a lot of attention to it, is team composition and team assessment. So before we step in, but we monitor that closely as well, because if you look at startups in the beginning, they are more or less yellow-minded. They are very optimistic, and they want to close the deals, etc. But as you mature, it's very important to have COO types in the team as well to make it successful, have the metrics right, etc., etc.
Yeah. Actually, in our experience, and we also look to see if we can predict success also for the good of our work, we find there's 2 types of failure. One has to do with demand, market, wasn't the right moment, it really isn't that interesting, or the technology doesn't really solve something. And the other has to do with lack of focus or prioritizing. The reality is, you need to do 87 things that are very, very important and urgent, and you have the capacity to do 8 or something like that. And somebody that can understand that can pull the business forward maybe, and sometimes you find very creative people, very technology-minded people that cannot. Any happy stories, any success stories to share with us, hopefully?
Cabify. Yeah, we are early investor of Cabify, so we're very happy with that investment. Yeah.
So what went well other than demand and that it's such a happy ending? What?
So overall, it echoes back to what I mentioned before, investor relationships, keep the communication close. Successful investments is always about being able to raise the next round, get important customers on board, so being able to find your place, and being able to make the right pivot at the right moment. I think that's also a very important point. You may not start with the right idea, but knowing when to change, I think that's the very important point. One company that we invested in that is based in San Francisco, they started with a product for a particular segment, which we thought is very promising. But after a year and a half, they actually got a lot of resellers on board, but the volume, the transaction volume was just not coming through. And then they realized that they needed to change, and they used exactly the same technology, but use it for another customer segment, and then it just flied over the board. So understanding when you need to change and have the courage to change, I think it is also very important.
And it's easier said than done, of course.
Totally.
Yeah. Harry?
Yeah. Well, we are backing Peaks, which is a mobile-only investment app. Started in the Netherlands. What they actually do is very simple. So investment for millennials is difficult. Usually they start to gaze because they think it's complicated. It costs a lot of money, etc., etc. But what they actually do is just put as soon as you do the transaction, they round up the transaction and put it in an investment pocket. So it's a mobile-only chatbot-based app, and it's actually doing extremely well in the Netherlands. And now they're expanding, or want to expand the business into Europe, so everyone can take advantage of that. Yeah.
Good. Juan?
From my side, I didn't make an exit yet. So what I can tell is that we have right now a company that's focused in smart cities and car sharing. And this company, at the beginning wanted to expand internationally. They plan to do it in an organic way, with all capex coming from the funds of the company and so on. They switched to a different level because they realized, they didn't have a proper knowledge of the local ecosystem and so on. They find a kind of franchise model that now is working very well, and they open already in seven countries in Latin America. So I think they are doing very well.
Excellent. What is it you guys look for when you're presented, when you're pitched with regards to growth? What is it the key elements you look if somebody comes here to you with a startup and they say, hey, we're going to grow and we would like to have you as an investor? What is it you focus on when you're looking into these things?
Well, it's actually not that much different than how an VC looks at a venture. And I think that's extremely important, because you want to attract other investors as well. So you don't want to have a special deal with them. So you need to distinguish your investment case from the commercial agreement. And a commercial agreement is, of course, very interesting for the venture, because then they can grow. But you don't want to mix that up. So that's extremely important. And of course, you look also from a bank perspective, does it create a strategic option for the future of the bank? And you discuss that, but you don't want to mix that up with your investment case.
For growth stage, I would say KPIs. Absolutely, because the company has reached a stage that they should be able to produce high quality and yeah, informative KPIs to say that like they have already found the solution market solution fit like that stage, and is ready to continue to scale up. Another point that may be really taking care of a growing business
to focus on strategy, and to us, the management team, especially in terms of growth and scaling up the business, it's a key thing.
What advice do you give if you had a family friend that is about to start their fundraising process or thinking in a high growth company? What advice would you give them?
I would say choose the right partners. It looks very obvious, but it can definitely in some way conditionate your future expansion or the growing of the scaling up of the company. And I think in our case, I think we always try to add value to the company, to the startup, and help them in whatever they need.
Excellent. More advice?
Yeah, well, I think that's a call also for the people here, for startups and scale-ups. So if you want to take advantage of the huge potential a bank has, also on a global level, especially in the agri-tech space, please step forward afterwards and let me know.
I would say raise more than you think you need, and raise earlier than what you think you would want to start.
Oh.
It always takes longer. It always takes you more money. So raise more.
My advice would be take fundraising extremely seriously. Fundraising, money is very important. It's very difficult to get somebody put their hands in their pockets, get out money and give it to a company in exchange of papers, because at the end of the day, what you're exchanging is a whole bunch of papers. That is very important and will determine your future. So make this a priority of the CEO, of the team, up there with traction, up there with the most important things. Invest a lot of time and take it very, very seriously. Okay? Well, as far as I know, our time is up. All right, so thank you, everybody. Okay, bye.
Responde a mí, ¿no? Que no responde a mí. Solo responde a ti. Okay, muy bien. Okay, everyone. Andrew is backstage and is waiting to come on. We just have a small technical issue with Joran's is changing the slot, the card and the camera. So that's all that's happening right now. Is that we're going to change the card and the camera. So if this was live TV, I'd have to ad-lib for 5 minutes and tell jokes and do whatever I could to try and keep you there. Fortunately for all you guys, it's not live TV, so I'm not going to do that. So all I'm going to do is say to you that just hang on for like 2 to 3 minutes, just while they change the card and the camera, and then Andrew is waiting backstage to give his presentation on corporate innovation and what success looks like. Okay, so don't go anywhere. Change slot and camera, and then we're ready to go again. Got it. Hello? Okay, if you can, perfect. Okay, very good. Okay, thank you so much for your patience, everyone. We're just going to bring Andrew out here, okay? If you want to come out, Andrew. And are you going to stand up or sit down?
I'll stand up, I think, if that's okay.
Okay, so we have a microphone working. Hello,
Seems
hello.
good, seems good.
And let's check the... do those slides look familiar?
Yes.
Brilliant. And do one forward and see, does that work? Okay, it does. Right, I can't do any more for you.
Thanks, Joe.
Okay, gentlemen, it's 6 o'clock in the evening and I know you're all tired, but there's only 2 things to go, so I'm only going to ask you for 2 more welcoming round of applause. So a big Madrid welcome, everyone, to Andrew. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Joe. It's been a tough day. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you coming along to listen to this little discussion. This is the first time I've given this presentation. I've decided to look at what success looks like when corporates and startups get together, because we've had a lot of people talking about why it's a great idea and how you should do it and the ways you could do it. And we've been doing it for about 6 years. As I said, we're called the bakery, but we're not a bakery. We love croissants and pastries. But what we do is we scale and start incredible new businesses, and we do that with corporations. And so what I wanted to talk a little bit about today was how that works for both parties and what you should think about. And I don't know how many people here are corporates, how many people are startups, but look, I'm guessing that we're all quite interested because we're in this room here today. So that's what we're going to talk about. We have done this for some of the world's biggest corporations, companies like GlaxoSmithKline, Procter & Gamble, Google. Everybody wants to innovate. We've been seeing lots of companies here, large corporations, saying it's a really good idea to innovate, and a lot of them are saying, well, we need to work with the startup ecosystem, we need to get more agile, all of those kinds of words. But what does that really mean? And what does good look like when you start talking about how do startups and corporates innovate? So I'm going to talk a little bit about why this is even a problem. Why is there a company like the bakery and many more companies around the world that are trying to figure out how to make this happen? Well, the real reason, and it doesn't matter what they say, the real reason is that corporate innovation, the way that corporate innovation happens, isn't fit for the world that we live in today. And that's why most corporates are trying to get involved with this thing. They're probably on some part of a journey, doing some kind of learnings, or there's some part towards innovating or changing the way they innovate. And it seems, doesn't it, that entrepreneurs and startups seem to be able to build better products and services faster. And there's a whole bunch of reasons for that. They don't have the compliance elements. They can focus on one small area and grow and see if it works. There's a whole bunch of reasons why that happens. Now, both of these things are true, but they're also both false. The reality is that corporates do innovate a lot. They've been doing it, for a long time. Drug companies make new drugs all the time. They, write new patents. They do it with universities, all of that kind of stuff. And entrepreneurs do build great things, but we only hear about the successes. There's a huge number of failures in the entrepreneurial process. And as you know, corporates hate failure. They're very risk averse. So, it's a really interesting thing. So how can we make these two worlds work better together? And that's why the companies like the bakery exist. I talked a little bit about a journey of corporate innovation. And we try to look at what corporates do when they innovate, when they start thinking about it. And it's quite interesting. I was listening to a few of the presentations or panels earlier on, listening to some of the corporates saying, well, we're learning, we're trying to figure out what this is. And the reality is they tend to go on a journey like this. The CEO says, we need to be more innovative. Tell everyone to be more innovative. Think of new things to do. Our partners aren't doing it. Let's send everybody to Silicon Valley. It must be great over there. That's where innovation happens. And they tell people to be more innovative. And then sometimes what they do is they put up a web page and they say, send us your innovation ideas. Maybe they have a tool or a platform or a piece of software, and they get everybody around the company to suggest new ideas. Maybe they run a hackathon and get new people to come in and build ideas. And they realize there's all these ideas, but there's no way of executing any of them. And then all the ideas die, don't they? Nothing happens. A graveyard of ideas. And then what they do is they go, I know what we'll do. We need a CIO, a Chief Innovation Officer. Let's put somebody in, head of innovation, normally somebody that, you know, probably has been at the company for ages, doesn't fit into any other role, you know, but too valuable to lose. And let's give him a little budget, just enough money to fail, you know, so that, and that way we can say, well, it's his fault. You know, we're doing something, and we've got to go and talk to the innovation guy. And of course, everybody in the company goes, thank God, we've got somebody who's doing it. It's not my responsibility. You know, they abdicate responsibility to this person. And then they often, the innovation guy will say, we need a lab. We need a, you know, funky space. We'll create a room with VR headsets and all sorts of sofas and that kind of thing. And we'll do innovative things. And they build, sometimes they build great technologies in those labs, but then they try and get them to be adopted back in the corporate, and it gets rejected. It's like tissue rejection. Corporates are great at rejecting ideas. And then often what they'll do is they'll create an accelerator, maybe a corporate accelerator, maybe they'll partner with an accelerator, because that sounds like a good idea. And then after a couple of years of doing all these things, the CFO says, look, we've spent $4 million, and what have we got? We've got, you know, an investment in a laundry company and a couple of case studies of marketing, but really this isn't changing anything. So what does success look like? What is the right way for a corporate to do this? If none of this is working, and most companies will go through this process or something like it. Anybody recognize any of this, by the way? Yeah, a few people, good. Well, the first problem is, well, what does innovation actually mean? And I've got to apologize because we use the word innovation all the time. It's an English word. I think it stems from Latin, so it's probably your fault, actually, everybody here. And it means different things to different people. That's the problem with the word. It's a terrible word, really. It doesn't mean anything. What does it mean? So what we tried to do is break it down. What does innovation really mean? It means fundamentally three different things, particularly to corporations. The first thing is R&D. It means make new things, make new products, change the way they look, you know, add products to them, make new services that I can sell through my corporate machine. So that's R&D, and typically corporations are pretty good at that. They've been doing that for many years, and they have R&D departments, and they know what it looks like. They just need to do it faster and better. And then we have something that we've called incremental innovation. This is, how can I make my company better? How can I do more with less? How can I make my machine, my corporate machine, more efficient? How can I teach my people to be better, keep them longer, you know, reduce the number of them and improve their performance? All of those kinds of incremental things that corporates need to do. So efficiencies, those kinds of things. And again, corporates are not great at this. They're very stuck in their ways. They think it's always been done this way, can't be done any other way. And lots of startups operate in this space, making efficiencies for things better, making things faster and better. And then there's this third big bubble at the top, which some people call disruptive or transformational innovation, which is, what the hell is going on in the world? What's changing in the world that might make my whole corporation, my whole engine redundant? You know, what's happening out there? Corporates are terrible at transformational innovation. You know, they're not geared up for it at all. And this is the thing that they're really scared about. And of course, startups are really good at it because they don't care about legacy, they don't care about history. They just want to make the world better. And they want to make money doing that. And they want to, you know, give themselves, you know, a better business. So this transformational opportunity is really interesting, but almost impossible for corporations. And this is where they need lots of help, okay? So this whole idea of multiple types of innovation, corporates really struggle with. They don't understand. And when it's really important to understand which area you're looking at. Of course, you should be innovating in all of these areas, and there are opportunities for startups in all of these areas, but it's important to understand where you operate. So the other interesting thing here is, why does it happen? Why, when it works, is it good? And there's a bunch of reasons for this. We talk about unlocking the power within corporations. Everybody thinks about corporations and they think about money, and they think about getting access to money. But the reality is, although corporations do have money, they have a huge amount of other stuff too that's really, really exciting and interesting. They have data. They have lots of knowledge about opportunities and white spaces and problems that exist in the world or in their sector. They have real expertise. They've got deep knowledge of that kind of thing. They've got people who can tell you about how to solve those problems if only you could. Okay, so they've got lots of interesting stuff. They've also got scale. They've got customers. They've got things that they can test new technologies on. And of course, on the entrepreneurial side, you've got these innovative, disruptive people who really want to make something happen. And if you can collide those two bits of information together, those two worlds together, that's when you get real magic. And that's what the bakery really does. We're about finding and unlocking all of those opportunities and all of that data, and then finding the right people with the right desire and the right incentives to make sure that you get a good result at the end. And we're here in Madrid, and of course there's an amazing entrepreneurial ecosystem here in Madrid and in Spain. You know, there's lots of stuff going on in Valencia, lots of stuff going on in Barcelona. But the reality is, if you're a corporate and you want to innovate, you have to think globally. There aren't enough startups in Madrid or Spain or even Europe if you're a corporate and you really want to innovate. You have to think on a global scale. The right person for your company, for your corporation, might be beavering away in Tel Aviv or in Skolkovo. Is that me? I'm not sure. Or in Sydney. And if you can find that person, then you'll be able to innovate. If you just look at your own local region, the volume of startups, the volume of opportunities just isn't big enough. You have to think about this on a global basis. So over the last 6 years, we found out what works. We found out how to make corporate innovation work. And we've developed a whole bunch of mantras, we call them mantras, that if you haven't got these in your processes, your chances of success, either from a startup perspective or a corporate perspective, are much, much lower. And I don't have time to go through all of these, but for example, start with the challenge is a really important one. So many corporates will go, well, you know, we think we want to do something around AI, or, you know, IoT is going to be really important to us going forward. And these kind of vague notions of technology or things that might be buzzwords is completely the wrong place to start. You need to understand what it is that you're trying to do. What are you trying to achieve? What is the problem in your business that you're trying to actually fix? And how important is that problem? And if you could fix it, what would it be worth to you? And who, by the way, is the stakeholder behind that problem? And can we get them to buy into it? Because if we find the best possible solution and the stakeholder in your business isn't behind it, nothing's going to happen. So finding the challenge and understanding that the reality is, no matter what the challenge is that you've got, there's someone somewhere around the world that is solving that right now. They may have fixed it already, or they may be just halfway towards fixing it, and if you can give them the right insight and the right data, then they'll fix it with you. But you're not the only person in the world to have thought of this problem. There will be other, I don't care who you are, whether you're Google, whether you're Procter & Gamble, GlaxoSmithKline, someone is working on the problems that are in your business right now. And all you've got to do is find them. And then the third one I'm just going to talk about here is de-risking. If you're an investor and you wanted to find the best startup in the world and you had $1 million, you just want to put $1 million on one, and you'd know that was the one, that was the answer, you'd be crazy, wouldn't you? That would be a ridiculous thing to do with $1 million. You have to spread your bets, and it's the same in corporate innovation. You have to make lots of very small bets and figure out which ones of those are going to succeed, and then double down on the ones that do. It's just like investing, and then scale the winners and kill the ones that don't work. It's really an interesting point that so many people forget, but finding ways to de-risk and making lots of small bets is incredibly important to success. So this is the main point probably of my presentation, which is if you want to succeed, if you want to get to whatever success looks like, we'll talk about that in a minute, what do you need to do first? You need to figure out what that looks like for you. What is the outcome that you're really looking for in this corporate innovation environment? It's also true if you're a startup, by the way. If you're wanting to work with corporates, why? What are you trying to achieve? You're trying to get investment, you're trying to prove your model, you're trying to get revenue. All of those things are really important, but particularly for a corporate, what are you looking to achieve? With corporate innovation, you do a whole bunch of things. You get marketing benefit, you can change culture of your business, you can actually find innovation that saves you money, you can invest in startups and get a portfolio of startups, you can show the world that you're forward-thinking and more agile, but all of those things are true, but what are the things that really would work for you? Let's work out what your most important thing is. Is it, solving problems? Is it, supporting the entrepreneurs inside your business to help them scale, challenges or maybe build new businesses before they leave and create their own startup? And depending on what the result is that you want, then you need a different approach to the kind of innovation that you're going to implement. At the bakery, we have 4 different approaches, 4 different programs. We call them Partner, Start, Accelerate, and the Always-On Investment Radar. And then you can combine those approaches and create something that we call an EDGE program, which is a kind of mix and match that fits you. And all of those different approaches will actually drive different outcomes. Some will give you more marketing results, some will give you more cultural change results, some will give you better solutions to actual problems and real innovation and cost savings. So it depends what you want to achieve. And if you don't know why you're doing it, frankly, you shouldn't be doing it because it's a waste of money and a waste of time. How we do this, this is the key to that de-risking thing. What we actually do is we create something that we call an opportunity engine. We will work with you to understand not just one challenge, not just 2 challenges or 3 problems in your business. We'll try and find hundreds of challenges inside your organization, dozens of opportunities for you to innovate. And, a huge number of people in your business, stakeholders around your business that are ready to innovate. And we call those opportunities. These are the challenges. These are the problems that exist in your business. And then each of those challenges and opportunities will have a different characteristic. Some will be problems you just want to fix, solve, scale, and move on. Others will be things that are really crucial to the way your business moves. They could be a competitive advantage or a real differentiator or a disruption possibility. You might want to own part of that. You might want to invest in startups that are building those solutions. You might want to create your own startup from scratch with innovators from inside your company colliding with entrepreneurs from outside your company and build a whole new business because it's so important to you, that particular challenge. So we will find all of those opportunities and we'll run them through different processes to allow you to get the best possible results. In order to do that, you need to work with every type of entrepreneur out there. We're not talking about, and the other problem with this whole conversation is the word startup. What does startup mean? Is it 2 guys? Is it 25 guys? Is it 100 people that have already got $25 million of investment? So the real answer is, in order to achieve what you want to achieve, you have to have a model that works with every different kind of entrepreneur out there, whether they're somebody just with an idea that wants to help you, or whether they're an early stage business, or whether they're quite a late stage business that you just want to partner with. When you do that, then you build a multi-layered, always-on program of innovation that resonates across your entire business. This isn't an accelerator. This isn't, an incubator. This is a complete corporate innovation program that addresses every challenge in your entire business and involves everybody inside your business at different levels and interfaces you with the whole entrepreneurial ecosystem. Whether they're early stage developers or whether they're late stage businesses, you can build a complete program that drives innovation across your whole business. And what does that mean? You remember this slide right at the beginning? Well, where are we going to? What does success look like? It's a long-term strategic approach. It allows you to identify the real priorities and partners that you need to work with. It drives innovation across every part of your business. It makes everybody inside your company an innovation person. It makes the head of supply chain management, the head of HR, the head of sales, gives them a set of tools to innovate with. And it gives you a complete return on investment. And that's what success looks like in our view, and that keeps you ahead of the competition and allows you to keep developing. If you do that, you get innovation around the edge of your business in every department. It innovates speed and at volume across your business. You get a real measurable return on investment. You drive cultural change. You get things happening in a very different way, and you future-proof your entire corporation. And you're working with the whole entrepreneurial ecosystem to do that. I know this is a really unusual approach, but it's the one that works, and we're finding some of the largest corporations in the world getting real measurable results with this kind of approach. And startups are really keen to work with corporates that think in this way. So I really thank you very much indeed for your time and your attention, and I'd love to chat with you over a beer and answer any questions you might have. Thanks very much indeed.
Okay, thank you, Andrew, and thank you. Perfect on the time. Okay, so if you just come with me, Elena, the couch, and the moderator, Joaquim, you can sit there, and just going to test your microphones and change the slides. And start by talking into the mic. Is it working? Hello?
Okay. Hola, hello?
Yes, perfect,
hello?
very good. Okay, Ivan?
Can you hear me?
Don't think so.
Perfect. Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect.
Yes, okay.
Elena, can you test?
Hola,
hola, can you hear me?
Okay, absolutely brilliant. Okay, brilliant. Okay, everyone, it's with great sadness, tears in my eyes, joy in my face that we come to the last panel of the evening. So we can all say, with the sadness. The good news is there's more tomorrow, okay? So you can all come back here tomorrow. However, this is the last panel of the evening, and after this, you are free to leave. So this panel is going to talk about data science, if my memory serves me correct. So I used to have this here. I'm just pretty sure it is. Yes, it is. Living the era of the data revolution. So, very last time, I'm going to ask you for a big round of applause just to welcome the speakers, and I leave you in the capable hands of Joaquim. Okay, big round of applause to welcome the speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your support. This is the last one. We have with us Ivan Martin. He's a CTO of a startup. Is his place. He is also a director of data science bootcamps at IE University, IE Business School, and he's also professor of data science in IE University, IE Business School. So also we can be with us Elena Alfaro. She's head of data and open innovation at BBVA. So welcome. I have one first question. Many data from our customer, and what do you do with that? No, the purpose, the main purpose is not to have a data, is to use this data. No, what is the first thing, Ivan? What is bootcamp data science? What is this?
So let me explain, because the bootcamp format is something that is relatively new, something that's starting to be done now. The reason, so the way the bootcamp works is basically it's an 11-week, extremely intense program where you're supposed to be exposed to everything that is required to be able to go from just basic math knowledge or basic, let's say a little bit programming knowledge, whatever. And then it goes, for 11 weeks, you get into this immersive program where you're fully dedicated to this. And at the end of the 11 weeks, you're able to, you go from, I didn't know how to program very much, or almost nothing, to I've been able to build my own models myself. I can go into a company and extract all their data, build some models, and then predict or give some business value in this sense. So basically what the data science bootcamp is a very intense program in which we get professionals from different companies that are still working in data science daily. They come to class and they teach the students one-to-one within this short period how to be able to use data science in order to solve business problems.
In only 11 weeks.
In only 11 weeks. So the idea is you do 6 to 8 hours a day of class and then group work as well. In that amount of hours, basically, you're exposed to the professor one-to-one. One-to-one, well, they're groups of around 15 to 20 students, where all of them are able to talk one-to-one to the professor and then ask the corresponding question. So you don't usually have in other programs or in setups, you don't have the chance to talk to a professor one-to-one and go like, oh, no, but how did you solve it that time? Right? So how would you do it? When I teach in the class, basically what I do is I literally give them a theoretical example they can understand, an easy example that everyone can just follow. Secondly, I give them a data set and I do it myself in front of them, so they see me struggle. And finally, I give them a new data set and it's you have to do it now.
Very useful, very useful. So, Elena, you are working in a big bank and you have many data. What kind of actions are really doing banks with data of our customers? Customer is very afraid about the bad use of this data, but there are many uses that could be good for our customer, no? What are you doing in this case?
Okay, so first of all, thank you so much for the invitation and thank you for being here this late. So you must be very much interested in the subject, so we'll try to, to cope with expectations. So as you can imagine, a bank is a company that has always worked with data. So it's nothing new. The thing is that in the previous years, probably, I don't know, for the past four to 5 years, we have started to do new stuff with the new technologies, with the new capabilities, with machine learning, etc. But in the previous years, banks have always worked with a lot of data, especially in aspects like, for instance, risk analytics, risk scoring, fraud, and also customer profiling. No? The thing is that the way we worked with data before was quite, focused on very specific, selling products, scoring so we can avoid default, etc. So a few years ago, we started thinking of data from another perspective, finding new usages that could be helpful for customers. And today, I like to divide it into fields. One is what we do, what we call below the glass, so for operations. So everything that we do for efficiency, automation, internal decision-making, fraud, things like that happen inside the bank. And here, I think that machine learning has helped us to take a big step in performance and in efficiency. So below the glass efficiency, and then above the glass, when we are thinking of customer-facing applications, we are doing things that we hope it will improve a lot the experience that customers have with their banks. Because until now, even the digital experiences from banking were quite boring. Banking is boring, okay? We have to acknowledge that, but it was also very difficult to understand and to find it helpful for your day-to-day decisions or for important decisions. So we are trying to focus more on what we can do so people understand better their finances and also get rid of the boring stuff, what we call try to give them some peace of mind and doing some stuff or analyzing data so people don't have to start looking at the, credit card report every month to check if everything is okay, or check if your direct debits are in line with your normal consumption, etc. So we want to get rid of that and focus more on goals and the achievement of goals, not financial goals, but life goals. So for instance, it's not selling a mortgage, but helping people to find a house. So we are also trying to integrate, for instance, external data in product. We have a product here in Spain and also in a couple of countries in Latin America called Valora, BBVA Valora, that helps you, for instance, know the price of your own house without going to any valuation company, and also know the price of the house that you are interested in, and also the negotiation margin that you might have. For instance, that is one example of not being there just when the mortgage, but being there before, and eventually the mortgage will come or not, but we can help people in their goals. So there are many things that we are doing and many examples that I could give, but I don't want to take more time, so thank you.
Thank you very much. This is data science, using the data of our customers. And this is the year of GDPR. I am a marketing director of a company, of CEF and Udima, and I can also do one question, no? Customer is living better or worse than before GDPR Day, 25th of May? What do you think about? Is better for the customer? Is it better for the company? Is it win-win? What do you think?
I think it's good that there's been a regulation, so it had to be something, because otherwise, the thing is, it could be misused on purpose for someone else's benefit without you getting anything out of it. Now there's a trade between the company that's using that data and what you want them to do with it. I think it's good. As we've seen in many examples, so in IE we're continuously in contact with the companies, and they ask us, could you prepare someone in this way or that way, right? So we can better improve the education. And one of the things that we're told a lot is how to include not only what's legal, what I can or cannot do, but also a little bit the ethics behind it, right? So should I be using certain data for certain decision making? No, the data is there, so I can use it, and the customer agreed. It's like, okay, yes, true, but you should add a layer of intelligence in front of it, so that we can actually decide. I think that's one of the things that, as you said, I think it's an improvement. There's a long way to go yet. It has not been defined. Basically, what they've done is you should just ask for anything that you want to do with your data, which is fine. It's a first step. Now we're going to have to start moving. We can see, for example, in the US, there's certain things that are already been limited. For example, the use of facial recognition software is something that has a lot of potential, but as well, it's a lot of danger. Imagine you could not go out on the streets and be seen by cameras without being recorded on estimated, or if you're going to be able to get a mortgage or not, if you're going to be able to perform a crime or not, right? So all those kind of things. I think it's important there's a limit, and it's good that you know in advance, even though nobody reads the terms and conditions, but at least you would have the chance to decide to remove it. I think that's my part on it, and as well, what I'd say, it's not only about what's legal or not legal, it should also be incorporating this layer of ethics of what should be done with that data, even if you have it available.
And Elena, you have a lot of customers. The 5 months ago was one point in your history. You sent a lot of emails trying to get the confirmation of your customer to receive your communications. How do you live this day? No?
First of all, I think that thinking of why GDPR came, this is personal opinion, but I think that the purpose of GDPR is really good, because it's trying to protect and to empower customers. My feeling is that the implementation has been made is not getting to any of these two goals, because I don't think people really understood what they were trying to do, and I don't think that anybody is feeling any benefit today from GDPR. On the other hand, I think that everybody felt pretty, bored of having 2,000 emails in 1 week. Telling you, okay, I have your data, and it was it was surprising to see how many companies had your data, which I think is good for awareness. And then, for me, and I am into this business, I answer maybe a couple of them and change stuff in a couple of them, but then I forgot about that and just, don't care, no? There was a tweet that I loved during that week that was, every time I receive a GDPR email, shot, no, chupito, which I thought it was really funny, no? So let's make fun of it, no? So that is my feeling. I think that the purpose is good, and maybe in the future, when we start having services from companies that can, benefit us by taking the data that we have in many sources and integrate that in a single place, and give us, I don't know, either insights or either usages of that data that we are not doing today, because now we have the right to get our data from any platform or any service. But anybody, in my experience, nobody is pulling their data to do new usages with that, because there are not many new services around, but I hope there will be in the future. So I don't think the customer is feeling any better, answering to your question. And regarding our experience in BBVA, we knew that this was going to happen for a long time ago. we are a very regulated, in a very regulated sector, a very big company. So you can imagine we have had lawyers working on this for years. And we, on top of that, we have a PSD2 regulation in banking, which is also, in some cases, stronger because we have to put in place a way to open customers' data through APIs. So that is even beyond what GDPR asks today. So, I mean, we already had the data protection officer. We already had most of the emails or communications sent before May. So all the websites were ready for that. The concern is more on the small companies that don't have the resources. I was reading an article the other day saying that in all the European companies, only 20%, and that was a survey. So they said, only 20% said, I am ready to the last month for GDPR. So there were 50-something%, we are on our way. And 20-something% said, no, I've done nothing. I don't have resources for that. So implementation for me is so-so.
Thank you, Elena.
Personal opinion, not my company's.
Yes, of course.
But
everything we say.
As you just mentioned, it's really true that a startup, as you mentioned, I'm a CTO in a startup, and sometimes you have to prioritize, what do I do? Do I hire a developer or a lawyer? It's a complicated decision, yeah.
I want to know one real case, business case, because Ivan, you're CDO of a very new company, very new relationship between the customers and your products is influencers, is it?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
So how do you play in a privacy world with social media that is based on not privacy world?
Social media is a special world because it's a place where if you get the approval from the person, you can access the information of that person. Even though people publish, there's certain types of data which, even though they say them public, you can't use. Right? It doesn't matter that they're shouting it out the window. You cannot listen. So the things that we do in that case is we only use the data that can be taken out from social media, that it's completely public, and as open APIs, right? So they publish it as open. You have to make sure that, of course, you go end-to-end, reviewing every single piece of data you have. But then once you have that process done, what we do in Beamfluencer is basically we've been able to collect information from the most influential people in the world. We're collecting every single influencer down to, we try to cut it at around 5, it depends on the industry, but 5 to 10,000 followers. And then anyone above that, which is quite small in number of size and followers, we can find that person and we automate the process of contacting the person and seeing, okay, there's that company who wants to promote this product. It's your decision what you want to do. But then we've been able to automate it to the point in which we estimate companies that spend money in programmatic advertisement to be able to dedicate part of their resources to, I don't mind if it's published in some website somewhere and there's a banner. I prefer an influencer to publish something about it and give their opinion. So we've automated the whole process and we allow companies to hire, I want to hire 200 influencers for next week. I'm just like, okay, done. Then we automate the whole thing. So it has, of course, a lot of data science involved along the whole way. So everything you don't have, all the information you're missing, you have to predict it. We've created models to predict everything that we're missing. And then, of course, we add a lot of value to the agency because they get a full overview of what is it what are the reports, what are the results, did people like it or not, what is the impact per geography. So we've been able to process all of that and then give, of course, a return of investment figure to the person that decides to invest in influencers, which is something that wasn't common. Usually you had to trust the influencer, and we don't like trust, we like data. So what we've done is we've created a system that you can only do things that you can report on.
So you have to trust or you have to analyze. If you analyze the real data of the influencers before taking into account to a campaign or to an advertisement?
So we do a pre-analysis, which is only the most basic information. And then we ask the influencer, in order to accept the campaign or the progress, they would have to accept their social login. So then they're able to access, they accept the fact that I'm going to do this information in exchange of being able to access the information. So for them, they get paid by the campaign, by the company, and then we just manage a full report of everything that had happened in that campaign.
Okay. And Elena, I have a question. I have been a marketing director of a bank during 10 years, and I have one question for BBVA is a very good bank. Normally, data science is based on personal data of our customer, but our customer in relationship with us. So you can use, because many people say that the future is to take into account some data from the social media world or out of our database. Are you using or are you planning to use some databases with data not for customers, for potential customers out of your database?
Well, first of all, regarding the personal data usage of our customers, we use the data that has been, agreed with the customer that we can use when they become a customer, and for the purposes that the customer accepted. And this is not since GDPR; it was from before also. So we can do it for offering product, we can do it for pricing, for risk scoring, and that is within the scope of the services that we can offer as a bank to our customers. We have never used and we will never use external data sources from our customers without their consent, even though you could think that if the data is public, then you can just pull the data and use it. For instance, Twitter or LinkedIn or whatever, Facebook, if the data is open, that doesn't mean that you have the right to use it. And I think there has been a lot of confusion here. Even us at the beginning, we said, okay, let's use Twitter data to make more attributes or to know better what our customers want or like. And then when I asked the lawyer about this, he told me, okay, I'm going to give you an example and you're going to understand. So if you find a car, because the data is there, it's open, I can access it. And he said, okay, if there is a car outside open with the keys in, does that mean that you can just get the car and make it yours? No, this is a robbery. Same as if you open the car using the force. So we have not and we will never use customers' data, even if it's in the open internet. When we talk about open market, we of course use all the tools that you will know much better than me on how to target audiences through the different media channels. And here, the effort that we are making now, because we, as many other companies, we are doing a lot in having the right places in Facebook, in Google, etc. So we have the audiences dependent on the product, given the attributes that you can select in these tools. But the important thing that we are trying to do is to merge that data that happens outside with data that we might have inside. Okay, to see, for instance, if there are behaviors that you find, you can make the whole link of the data inside and outside, and you can find similar behaviors that you can extrapolate and then go to new audiences through that. I don't know if I'm making myself very clear, but and then when we have, it's very important for us to know, for instance, for attribution models, how we should spend a digital marketing budget. And sometimes we make decisions based on the cost per click or cost per lead, and we are trying to move to the cost per conversion. So we really buy media depending on how much that converts, and for that you need to make the full data journey, external data and internal data, which is not that simple. We are working on that.
Thank you very much, Elena. And we're going to talk about future, and I want to talk with Elena also about the future of data science in banking. Do you think is mainly about cross-selling or about taking more customers? What do you think about the efforts?
I think it's about giving a better service and giving a more meaningful service than we are doing right now.
To our customers.
Yeah, as banks. So really helping people in their lives and not just when they are spending money or when they want a product. And by doing that, especially in digital channels, of course, and being close to people when they make decisions, etc., I think we will retain our customers and also get new ones. But we think that if we don't do that, somebody else will come and do it. So it's kind of a defensive, offensive idea.
Okay, thank you very much. And about the future, Ivan, what about influencers? There will be a job?
There would be a job, you said?
Yes.
Yep. So, well, influencers is something that influence has always been there. It's not something that, I mean, now social media has digitalized the way we communicate that, but there has always been influence by your neighbor. You trust more your neighbor than the one 3 streets away. But now the way it's being built now is that we're able to measure how much influence there is there. And one of the things, actually, in my classes in IE, one of the things I do is I put my students at the, here's the data of the influencers that I have from my own company. Here you go. You can try with this. Try to predict how many people will, for example, go to the final step of a whole funnel in the marketing process, and then try to predict which one would work better for you. So it is a job. It is a full-time job for loads of them. It is, but I try to imagine. I always try to explain. When you say influencers, people imagine typical handbags, partying, alcohol. Yeah, fine. I try to call them key opinion leaders, so that it's not just influence and pictures and all that. It's actually, I have an opinion. This is my opinion. I'm trying to communicate it, and then you can. Your audience should trust you. It's not just because, I don't know, Nike paid me that I'm going to say that their shoes are better. It's because I've tried them and I agree with them. Because if I don't, if I get paid and I just do it, I pay, I just do it, I pay, I just do it, at the end, nobody will trust my influence, right? So there's no point. It is a job. It's a full-time job for most of them. For the ones that, of course, make a living out of it. And, of course, more and more, there's people around the world who dedicate their time to absorbing information so that they can feed their audience. So, and it is a job. It's the same thing as a publisher. A publisher has to learn from politics, has to learn from the industries or whatever, and then create a content so that people read it in the newspaper. In this case, it's just a different channel, and it's been automated to the point that it's easy enough for anyone to dedicate. I don't know. I want to be an influencer in children toys, and I can do that from a very young age. And I just have to try the toys and convince my audience that that's something. Why do I like them, or give them my opinion? I'd say that a really, really important thing here is you have to keep in mind that there is the paid influencers part, but there is those divided into two: the ones that accept anything because they're trying to improve, and the ones that actually have a proper influence, which you're going to be able to measure afterwards, and they of course have to have a trust with their audience, right? So they have to make sure that they can communicate with that.
Thank you very much, Ivan. Thank you very much, Elena. Thank you very much for all support, and goodbye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Right, that's it. Everybody home. Out as quickly as possible. That's it. Still sunshine in lovely Spain. All you Swedes and Norwegians you'd have darkness if you were here. So get out. And there's a party over there. Come on. There's a free drink over in that direction. All of these people have to go home, and they've been working hard all day. Oh, by the way, more tomorrow.